Hey there, it looks like Endorn's already here. This is stream 114. I'm going to work today on trying to keep the bad guys away. Yes, so working on how to handle bad login attempts, how to limit abuse of the connections into the server in various ways, lengths of strings, large messages, high frequency messages, and all that good stuff. Hey there, playing with scissors. How's it going? Time to go to bed? But you just got here. All right. Take care, Endorn. All right, so standard intro. Working on a game. It's my first game. And it's going to be a multiplayer RPG. I've done a lot of work in the past on server C++ stuff, so it's not completely new for me, but the game aspects are. The style of the game is going to be retro 2D pixel art, so something simple that doesn't require a whole lot of artwork. It's going to focus more on game content and interaction between players, so a lot of different things I plan to put into the game. Twitch randomly played Kick Boga again. Did I say something? Yeah, I was just giving the standard intro. And I don't know why it showed Kick Boga again. I unhosted him a few minutes before I started. I don't know, Twitch is kind of being odd today, isn't it? Not my fault. Are we live now? We live? Anyway, you guys know all about what I'm doing, so you're not missing anything. It always does that? Yeah, I don't know why. So this is just mostly I like to put this intro at the beginning because I also post this stuff to YouTube, so if someone were to randomly start watching in the middle, they at least get an orientation, so to speak, about what I'm doing. So the work I'm doing today is linked to there. Well, all the way at the bottom. I like to make a plan for each day. And we're working on basically the security for the client connections to the server. And I need to update this diagram, by the way, but the architecture of the game is split between client and server since it's multiplayer. The servers are going to run in the cloud. Clients are going to connect in through WebSockets. So we're going to try to work today to improve the security on these WebSocket connections. Kind of want to try to make it not impossible, but either difficult or unprofitable to try to what would we say, deny service to other people. So making lots and lots of connections, we kind of want to rate limit if we can, ban IP addresses of anything that's scripted that's trying to attack us, that kind of thing. Yeah, the stream schedule's way off today because a couple different things. So today ended up being what they call a minimum day. Is that what it's called? A short day for school. And I have 2 people in the house that are sick, so I was on call to do driving around the carpool around like 12:30 or something. So it would have been right in the middle of my stream. So I basically shifted the whole stream to 2 o'clock for my time. 2 p.m. here. Yeah, I'm sorry that it's starting so late for you guys. And hey there, KHPS official. But hey, the good news is, for those that aren't going to bed, I'm no longer overlapping some of the other popular streamers, so this is good. If I actually stream more, what I'll probably do is have both sessions, like a 10 to 2 and then a break, and then another session like 3 to 7 or something. Yeah, oh, there's always the VODs as well. So anyway, anyone who's coming in, if you have any questions about specific things or even in general, just let me know, but I'm kind of just going to dive straight into it. Oh, before I dive straight into it, a couple things. Get my browser window up and running again. Looks like it's over here. So I did work on one little thing in the admin console, which is that this is now always sorted. That was extremely easy to do with Lodash, it turns out. I guess I could just have used plain old JavaScript for this. It was to use this sort by and sort by the server's ID before calling map to generate the rows for that table. So I went ahead and did that. So that is done, archived. And I'm going to archive the stuff I did yesterday. So the other thing I want to talk about is there was a lot of interest in entity. Hold on, let me find it. Where did I put it? Entity component system. So I did a bunch of research. I collected a lot of links here. In fact, let me just take this card and post it here for anyone who is interested. I just basically Google searched and just followed all the links I could to kind of gather the more interesting examples, introductions, definitions for entity component system, and came to the conclusion that I do want to redesign the this part of the architecture. I'm just going to cut this entire part of the diagram out. These are no longer going to be objects. It's not going to be object oriented. I was kind of on the right track here by having everything being ultimately implementing a game object, but really entity I keep tripping up on the C part. Entity component system. This will end up just being an integer. Not really, don't even need an object. And then what makes these what formerly known as objects distinct is they will have different combinations of components. And we will have things like the methods and effects and other stuff like that that I used to call with these names. They'll simply be either extra components or systems that act on those components within the system. So system is sort of an overloaded word here. There's the entity component system, and then within that there are systems to house all the game logic. So I think I'm still going to keep it all in Lua, but it's going to be broken up into components and systems and aggregated through entities. I guess I was thinking about using the data-driven model where components are grouped and the components have a reference by integer to the entity they belong to. And you'll have a way through some kind of manager to look up the component of any entity. So it's just words right now. I still have to draw it out. It'll be removed from this diagram and put into a separate one, which will clean up this diagram quite a bit. And yeah. So I probably won't get to that for a while. I still want to get through the server side stuff. Hey there, Buff Siegel. And a bunch of you have been helping on hey there, Kinematics. A bunch of you have been helping me out, giving me suggestions. I really appreciate it. I didn't even really think about using entity component system until a bunch of people recommended I at least look into it. Hey there, Amanya. How's it going? Yes. So, at some point I'll be getting to that. I'm still kind of learning. And I want to have the stable base server backend stuff set up. I'm really interested in making sure I have the security as good as I can make it before I put it into the cloud, because I'm super paranoid about that. Doing some API stuff. Nice. Yeah, the console, I don't think it looks nice. I think, I guess I want to get better at CSS and style this well, and I think I'm kind of screwing up here by making this so tall that I have to scroll it. Like this section, I probably want to be able to collapse sections. Like once I set up the config, I probably don't need it anymore. I like to be able to maybe collapse it. And I'm not very good at user interfaces, so I hope to improve over time. Yeah, I'm paranoid in general. But when I put this up on the cloud, I don't want to wake up the next morning and find that now I owe Amazon $100 because some Russian bot farm opened a million WebSockets and sent a terabyte of data through my servers. I don't want that. I don't want to wake up to that. So I'd rather just rate limit and ban and timeout and other things. So a lot of it's going to be in the WebSocket end. Here's some ideas I had. You guys let me know if these are silly or good or bad, or if you have any more. I want to drop a connection if there's no identification with a certain time frame. So they have to either authenticate as an admin or a player or register, or we drop the connection. We don't let them open up lots of connections and have them stay open. I also want to drop connections if any incoming frame is too large, so like they just start pumping in a megabyte frame. We don't want to wait for the frame to end. We want to close a connection before it gets too out of hand. Also, if frequency of messages is too high, they send small enough frames, but they're just like, 100 frames a second or something ridiculous. We'll want to cut them out. And I think I already have this in my web server class where we will ban an IP temporarily if it misbehaves, but I think I want to extend it to if it drops for any reason, I want to kind of have a temporary ban, and it'll be a short period of time, like start up maybe a few seconds, but then double, exponential back off if it continues to misbehave. Hey there, Bugbound. So I don't know if this is the best way, smart or stupid, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, the idea is we lift the ban after a certain amount of time has passed, but then if they do something bad again, we ban them again for double the period. So it doesn't permanently ban an IP address because IP addresses can be, someone using an IP address for evil could lose the IP address, and someone who's good could get the IP address, and we don't want to unfairly ban some IP address for life. But we do want to at least time it out for a significant time, and mostly, I don't want to block all bad traffic. I just want to mitigate. I want to limit the amount of damage they can do. So it's really doesn't screw me over, that kind of thing. A couple other things I thought I should do: limit the total number of connections from any given IP, and simultaneous connections from any given player. Because I was imagining someone could just open a lot of simultaneous connections from a single source, or they could register for an account legitimately and then just kind of script in logins and just like have a million connections for that same player. So I want to cap those two. Well, your IP address will never get banned unless you do something bad, KHPS. I'm more worried about the temporary IPs, like a botnet that's been set up to run on AWS, right? They're going to get some random IP addresses for a short time, and they'll be abusing them, right? Okay, so most of the time I think I'm going to be spending in there. These ones are, I just want to have some kind of cap. There is no cap right now in the username. I could type in a ridiculously long message in the registration screen here, like this. I could just keep that held down for a few hours, right? And then as long as I have a legitimate password, which I've been using correct horse battery staple, and we can show this state in React. Ridiculously long username, right? Register. The game, it's fine with that. So you can imagine if the username was a million characters long, it's very expensive on my game journal, right? We're getting a lot of X's here. It makes that create player significantly longer than this one. It's over 150 characters longer. It's actually still dwarfed by the hash and salt, but anyway, I want to put reasonable caps. That should be pretty easy. And same thing for email addresses. They shouldn't be that ridiculously long. And then bad login attempts. I want to start to count the number of bad login attempts in sequence. And then I want to have a cooldown. So if you can't log in like a normal human would take a few more seconds to type their password again, or to at least hit the button. But a script would be able to do it within milliseconds, right? So I want to have it where we just we'll drop the connection if they just had a bad login attempt, and it's only been like 100 milliseconds or less. We'll just disconnect it. And then I want this counter for bad login attempts because this was a good idea from someone yesterday. We can still allow you to forget your password and try a lot of times, but if you get to a certain point, you have to start proving you're not a robot, or basically make it more difficult to script, to script an attack, a brute force attack on passwords. Ban in all email from Yahoo. Actually, that reminds me of another couple ideas. So people were giving me ideas that I could use a service. What was it? I wrote this down somewhere. Hold on, just a second. Maybe it was in my notes from yesterday. I think it was from the notes from yesterday. The pwned passwords. So there actually is an API to have I been pwned, which we could use to verify passwords are bad and sort of leverage their database. So I was thinking you can do the same thing for IP addresses. If there are APIs out there where people have IP blacklists or IP whitelists, we could use those. And oh, by the way, since I'm looking at it here, someone suggested yesterday that we could use Git. It allows submodules to track. You can track submodules by branch. So I tried it out, and it was looking good for a while. But then I found out that still the main repo does require a commit every time you change a subrepo, which made me very unhappy. So I returned back to using my own tool. Hey there, the Epic Unknown. Oops, hold on. I'm struggling with my yada. There we go. You are now lurking. Okay, enjoy your lurkerdom. It looks like I looked into a few other things from yesterday. There are a couple databases people recommended. One was in Go, so I'm like, okay, looks cool, but I don't use Go. But I'll keep that in mind in case I ever do. The other one was RocksDB, and I'm just a little uncomfortable with the Apache 2 license, but otherwise it looked good. So yeah, anyway, about what were we talking about? The IP blacklists. So those are on the table of things I could consider. And actually probably should just consolidate oh, I already had it under IP whitelists. IP whitelist blacklists. I wanted to put in here research online APIs, database APIs that we might leverage for that. All right, that wasn't in my stream. That was in Adam's stream today. Someone mentioned that to me. Right, that was what it was. So was there something else I wanted to add to this? So anyway, that's something I'm not going to do today, but something I want to consider. I want to do this one first. Limit the length of a player-provided string. So what I'll do is I'll make it configurable. So I like to, what's wrong with the Apache license? Let's see. It was the clause about, hold on, I'll have to pull it up. Let's go click on it. Put it in the correct browser window. It was, in their GitHub, you go to their license, the Apache license. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, one problem I have with it is it's long. And some of the language, I can't read that. You guys probably can read it much better than I can, but it makes me uncomfortable when there's legal language I can't read or I can't understand. But the one in particular I was a little bit leery about was this notice text thing that they would put me under an obligation at some point, perhaps, to either have or update or show some kind of attribution that I'm using that database. I read this multiple times, and I think they're just saying if I were to actually make a change to their database code, I have to basically say it's theirs, which I don't mind doing. Like I was looking at the definitions. When I have to look up definitions to try to understand what they mean, then I get uncomfortable. They talk about shall not include works that remain separable from or merely link. So I think if I just link to their database library, it's okay. I don't have to worry about, there's no extra obligation on me. But I don't know. There's the discomfort of the legalese. Here, I'll show you what my licenses look like. I mean, this is the kind of license I can understand. MIT license, pretty short and sweet. It might not be the smartest thing for me to do. Maybe I should be including clauses to protect myself more strongly legally, but I appreciate this license because it's very easy to understand. And really it's just saying you don't rip me off. I wrote it, so just keep my name in there and we're cool, right? And don't blame me if anything happens wrong, right? Not liable. So yeah, just the length of the license may be uncomfortable. IEP API. Oh, there we go. You already found one. Nice. So I don't need geolocation. What I really need to know is if it is blacklisted. Fraud prevention? Tor and proxy are considered threats? Okay, maybe look into this. I thought that there were like communities online of sysadmins that basically monitor traffic and exchange like blocks, like blacklist blocks. Is that's what I'm sort of looking for? I know it's out there somewhere. Is this it? This might be more what I'm looking for. Yes. Central blacklist for webmasters. So it could go wrong, right? They could be overly zealous and end up blocking potential people that might want to play the game or check it out, right? So there's that balance point I have to consider. And I could just keep this information in Trello for now and not do anything about it until I actually have a problem with people trying to DOS my game, maybe. Let me include that and this one here. So these are online resource APIs. Fail to ban? I don't know what fail to ban is. Yeah, I guess I just want to have information at the ready in case I wake up one morning, I find some botnet has taken my game down, and I'm like, crap, it's finally happened. I need to go and actually, employ some online defense. So I'm not going to do anything now. I'm just collecting information for it. Fail to ban. What is this? Oops. I need to just get the link out of it. Since spammers are way too much active in this wiki. Huh. Let me read about this later. Read later. Read more about this later. Okay. Save that for later. But thank you. So, yeah. I'll probably be okay with the Apache license. I just need to get familiar with the legal stuff. Right. Length of usernames. So we're going to make a test. At some point very soon, I'm going to need to devote a stream to cleaning this up because it's way too long. 6,000 lines, too long. All right, it's going to be similar to this, I think. In fact, maybe I can build it into this test. Well, let's just make one that's similar to this. And it's not a bad name. Reject overly long usernames. What does that emote mean? Oh, you're curious what I think is wrong? I just, like I was saying before, when playing with Scissors Asked, I'm just not comfortable with the amount of legalese in it. Hey there, Trunks C. How's it going? Rookie numbers. Deny host stockade. Let me write those down. I don't want to lose these leads. I consider these research leads. Project Honeypot. Trying to copy that message. It's not copying. There we go. All good ideas to at least research. Your own licenses are way too complicated. Yeah, I'm sure Apache's okay. I just need to get more comfortable with it. Part of the problem is I worked at Qualcomm, and the Qualcomm layers were extremely anti complicated licenses. Like, they didn't like most open source licenses. I think the only licenses they really didn't have a problem with were MIT and BSD. Everything else was always like, they narrow their eyes, like, do you really need that? It's not MIT, BSD, it could be dangerous to us, so. Have I ever done C before? Sort of. I usually write in C++. And C, you can consider a subset of that. Some people think it's a different language, but I consider a subset, so you could say I'm doing C just with extra stuff to add it to it. Overly long usernames, so we're going to... Really, I think I just want to have a list of names that we shouldn't allow. I don't think I need good ones. So I think we'll just make a vector of strings, keep it simple. Hey there, not seen. Don't some open source licenses required to also be open source, or at least open source? Yeah, so the GPL is an issue for me, right? Because I do not, at this time, plan to make my game open source. I could, but I want to wait and see what I'm going to do with it first. If I open source it now, it would sort of be a dick move to take it out of open source, right? So my idea was I'll start proprietary with it and put it out to open source if it makes sense at some point. So if I were to pick up GPL stuff, it forces my hand. My stuff has to be open source. So I'm avoiding that. And that was the same problem at Qualcomm. Couldn't use GPL stuff because then we couldn't make proprietary code with it. Mr. Sir, indeed. Oh, and hello, NeoDeviant. For me, I was not planning on open sourcing the backend Reckless Jumper, so GPL would be a problem, right? If I used it, then I would have to open source. Well, hold on. It's if I release the code, then I would have to release it. Now, if I let anyone have the backend program at all, then I'd have to give them the source to it, right? So you're saying that if I don't even distribute the backend to anyone, I just keep it for myself, then it's not an issue. Probably. Yeah, I think you're right, Reckless Jumper, but I guess I'm just being overly cautious. Yeah, I think you're right. Hey there, Rollrita. I'm waving to everybody today. Everyone gets waves. Oh, by the way, good news. Because of Adam's host the other day, I now have 10 free VIP slots. You know what that means, right? Is there anyone here who is a regular who... Here we go. Ultramark's been very helpful. Because they don't cost me anything, I've been handing out the VIP slots to people that are helping me, so Ultramark is now a VIP. I have 9 more free slots. The Pharaoh GPL is designed to add that requirement. Yeah, handing them out like it's candy. Yeah, I should probably reserve the last 5 of them for like just in case I really need one, right? And just not hand out the last 5. But I got 9 left, so I'm feeling charitable. All you get for it is you get a silly little badge. That's it. Sorry. If my game is any success at all, what I plan to do is integrate the game with my stream, and then people that have, been regulars in the stream or VIPs or like playing with scissors or have attained the over 9,000 level and become a mod, they'll probably get special access to the game. They'll probably never have to pay, probably give you extra privileges and all that sort of thing. I was thinking about maybe that would be an incentive. It would help promote the game is to integrate it with the stream, giving the community sort of more interaction with the development. And I don't know. I'm not sure if it's a wise move, but we'll see. I thought it sounded good. All right, so bad examples. So we'll craft. Actually, do I really need any? Do I even need? I don't need a vector. I just need to test with one that's too long, right? So let us specifically set. Let me make some bookmarks here. Where we do the configuration set. Yeah, I want to do something like this where I actually, in the test, I set what I want for this new parameter. I'm going to say username max length. Actually, isn't it's more traditional to do max in front, right? And then let's set it to something arbitrary, like 5, and then let me default it to something larger. To, I don't know, what's a reasonable username length? 30? 20? Something that doesn't break my other tests. God mode, that's right. Actually, one idea was to, hold on, let me get to it. To have your own zones in the game, or even a total creative mode. So it could be that VIPs and whatnot, supporters of the game, could have their own zone where they are the god in that zone. Define, be the total control over that zone. So who knows? My name in the rejected list? I thought about this last night. I think I might actually do away with this admin being a bad name. And the way we would do it is we could... Hold on a second. Sorry. People were making too much noise in the background. I had to yell at them. Anyway, the idea I had was I can auto-flag for moderation every single player registration so that you could register the word admin, but it would get auto-flagged, along with everyone else, and a moderator would see that and say, well, no, we don't want you to use the name admin. So I might just allow pretty much any name, and just except for the ones that are unprintable characters there. We probably do want to reject those out of hand. But we might allow every name, and then just a moderator could say, sorry, we don't want you to have that name because it looks like you're the admin. Reason for passwords? No, I'm not going to limit the password length. I'm only going to limit the username length. Okay, playing with scissors. It would be tedious if the game was successful, right? If there are a lot of people playing it. I'm setting my expectations pretty low. My expectation will be I'll get a grand total of maybe 50 people actually register an account. I don't mind moderating through a list of 50. So if I had like 1,000 people start to sign up and actually play the game, that would be a good problem to have. Then I might lift the moderation a bit. Or I would recruit some, or maybe recruit my kids to moderate player names. Why not, right? Free labor. Nice problem to solve. Yes, exactly. I don't know. This is the first time I'm doing this, so I will make mistakes and I will learn from them. So we don't have test vectors. We're just going to add a connection, and we're going to try to register a very long name. So it's something that's more than 5 characters in this case. A, B, C, D, E. And we're going to expect that we get no... What is this? No, the send request. We're going to get no requests to verify the CAPTCHA. Basically, we expect it to bail early and tell us that it is a bad username. Well, I'm going to keep it like that for now. I do plan to have elaborated error messages sent back to the front end, but it's not important for the machinery right now. Thank you, Playing with Scissors. Wouldn't you ideally want an external whitelist blacklist, not have it hard-coded? Yes, that's correct, not saying. So this is just, well, the real one is in the code. Where is it? We put it in here yesterday. This one is just temporary. Actually, let's make a to-do list to emphasize that. This is temporary. We'll probably want to, as not saying said, keep the lists external and not hard code them. I was more interested in getting the machinery working. The list we can get from anywhere. So right now it's just hard coded, but you can imagine if it is stored externally, this is the place in the code where I would change it. Yeah, I'm just getting started. You got it. And yeah, by the way, blinks and you missed it. I blinked and I missed your message. I could put in a register check, and probably would do that if the list included regexes. It's just I haven't gotten that far yet. I blinked and I totally missed it. Your comment before. Did I miss anything else? I don't think so. All right, so this test, right? So we are going to, I guess all of this really becomes an assert now. This is the side effect of trying to register with a name that exceeds the max length is we will not get a CAPTCHA check. We will get a response saying it's bad. All right, so we're going to build that. The first build of the day is usually slow because the cache is not loaded. This usually only takes like, I don't know, 8 seconds to run. It's going to take probably 30 instead. Being pessimistic. Probably more like, what, 20? Taking a long time to link. 24. All right. I expect it to fail. Oh, I can't count. Sorry. Good catch, fail. Ultramark. I do expect it to fail. So let's just find that test. It is called reject overly long usernames. Again, I need to refactor this. This is way too long. I need to break this test up into subparts. So right now it is 2 failures, right? We are getting, this is saying we are getting a CAPTCHA request to Google, meant to go to Google, and the other one is that we did not receive the rejection. So this one should be quick and easy, right? I can just go to that code I was in before, and I suppose we can just do that first, right? If username length is greater than the cached. Uh-oh. My IntelliSense is not helping me out. Cache configuration. Max username length. And this needs to, we need to tell it we want to retrieve it as a size T. If that's true, then we return false. That should be all I need to do to fix that. Should do the first build of the day pre-stream. Yeah, but you guys don't mind if it's a 24 instead of 4 seconds, right? Gives me more time to chit-chat. IntelliSense, okay, it finally caught up. Took it a while. So is it back to where I can get suggestions? Nope. I'm going to chalk it up to it that this file is too long, and so it's struggling to load IntelliSense. Sometimes when I reload VS Code, it gets a little bit better. Nope. It doesn't want to behave today. Anyway. Find that. Okay, reloaded, so I have to find it again. Reject, reject. Here we go. Overly long ones, right? So now it passes. I can check that in. I know VS Code. Artificially lengthen the stream by doing a clean rebuild every time. Actually, it's really expensive now. Now that I added that bad password database, this guy, it takes forever to build the dictionary. And actually, it was 10 minutes, I think. Either 5 or 10 minutes. I can't remember. Actually, why don't? That's a great idea, though. Actually, seriously, because if we're just chatting, I could use that 10 minutes to do my intro. Actually, I guess I'm not serious, but all right. So everything is passing. Oh no, I broke something. What did I break? Disallow weak passwords on registration. How did that get broken? Oh, it said which password, right? Correct battery horse stable wasn't allowed? Oh, it's a race. When we send something and then we expect something to happen... Let me think about this. Actually, no, this should have worked. Why didn't it work? Let's run it and see. Where would I see that? Breakpoint here and... Oh, I have to run through all these other ones. So F5, actually. 102, password, above seagull, Raimu. Alright, so this one should pass. What happens, though? Oh. It's what? It's 29 characters long. Oh, yeah, it's too long. So the test, the default length is too short. Max. So let's just make it 50. Contrive it to not break other tests. There we go. Make sure that all passes before I actually check this in. Okay, let's actually add that to the real configuration in the same commit. So in the real game... what should the limit be? Well, let's set it... No one here has a length of their username longer than 20. How long is playing with scissors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's 19 characters in playing with scissors. Blinks and you miss it is what? 5, 8, 11, 12. 19 also. So 20. So that'll allow your usernames to get through. Let's make it even more. 30. You came here to ask a question, but you just realized what it was? Oh, you realized what the answer was. Okay, well, thanks for staying. But feel free to ask the question even if you have the answer, or if you have another question, feel free to ask it. Okay, this gets checked in. I'm gonna unstage one of the things I noticed here. This little remark, we'll check that in separate. So this will be add limit to registered username lengths. And then this was a comment about, thanks for the follow, Lumbos, about not hard coding the name blacklist username. All right, push that. Oh yeah, so that's what the Twitch requires. So it has to be at least 4, no longer than 25. I set it mine a little bit more lax, right? Mine is 2. I put that in there, right? Actually, I have the 2 hard-coded. I wonder if I should make that configurable. So I have the upper limit configurable, the lower limit is hard-coded to 2. But the characters are the same, right? A through Z, upper or lowercase 0, 9. I allow underscores as well, yes. But I don't count underscores towards the maximum length, the minimum length limit. So if you just did underscore, 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 underscore X, it wouldn't count as it wouldn't be work because you have to have at least 2 non-underscore letters. Does Twitch let you register 4 underscores in a row as a username? Or do they do a similar thing where they don't count underscores as going towards the limit? I'd be curious to know. Okay, this is done with that card. We are No, we did the username. Email address as well. I'm glad I put that because I would have forgotten. So same kind of test, right? Only it will be reject overly long email addresses. So this will be too long because it's less than 5. Or greater than 5, I mean. Bad email. There's an additional limit that you can't start with an underscore, but you're not sure about that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Ultramark, you're making me think maybe I shouldn't really just loop through. I should maybe just use a regular expression. Let me make a note to consider that. Actually, maybe it goes along with this note. Instead of hard coding the pattern, I could also make it external, or configurable. I can make the entire pattern configurable. I could even make the strategy itself configurable. Like, for example, I could rewrite this in Lua and make the Lua script that verifies it configurable. Yeah. Exactly. A list of regexps. I'm thinking actually just to make it scriptable. And you could just have a very short Lua script that uses a regex. Alright. Verifying the test fails. Oh, I should also have this added, shouldn't I? Hmm. 120? How long is a email address before it gets too long? I don't know. 254? That sounds a bit arbitrarily close to 2 to the 8. Really, I just wanted to get something bare bones so I can throw this up onto AWS and not get taken to town by some bot script. So it can be arbitrary and hard-coded to begin with. Okay. I put it in all 3 places, yes? Did it not pick up my new... Oh, there it is. Alright, so it doesn't fail. I mean, it fails. It doesn't do the correct behavior, so we'll do it here. There are 2 places we need to do this. So on register and then on... what is it called? On change profile as well. Because here we can... well, it's not shown here. When it gets to the actual leader, it goes to here. Oh, okay, it gets put into the log, and then when it comes out of the log, we will pick up the email. Somewhere. Where was it? Is it here? Oh, wait a minute. Here. Send player. Oh, right. It's done by the executor. If I can type. Thought it was done here. Change profile, yeah. Oh no, it's okay, it's a player's object. Yeah, okay, here ultimately it's where it's set. So before it gets that far, we need to do a check. We'll do the first one. So on register, we'll just do the check here. So checking the username, checking the password, we'll also check the email. Was that actually put in somewhere? Oh, there it is. It took me a while to find it. Okay, so we're only inspecting it here and checking it before we do all the reCAPTCHA check and etc. That would be expensive. We're making sure it's good. This is also where I'm going to do other checks as well. Is email acceptable? Email address acceptable? Is that what I had in the test? I don't think so. That email address. There we go. Okay, so we're going to make that. This is the email address to test. Okay. So of course I'll add more checks here. I need to make sure that it follows the required pattern for email addresses. I have that as another card in Trello somewhere, but for now I'm just going to check the length. And there we go. They need to do the same kind of check for changing the email as well. Oh, wrong variable name. Hey there, Bix Plays. Sorry about that. I just knocked the mic. How are you doing? All right, so that should pass the test, right? Yay. Okay, let's add the other test. The other test will be where we change the email. So I'm going to look for change profile. Right, so this test here. Similar. Only we're going to call it reject. Let's rename this. Reject overly long email address on registration, and then the other one will be on change profile. Cool. I'm doing okay. So today I am working on rejecting the bad guys. So dealing with multiple bad login attempts, DOS attacks, and right now I'm doing these out of order. Let's put them in the correct order. I'm just putting a simple, quick, limiting the length of certain things because it's easy and it kind of gets me warmed up to do the more challenging things. I need to make a helper for this. I need to refactor these tests. Way too long. A lot of the stuff is common between tests. All of this we need to create an account so that we can log into it and then try to change it to something. So the trick here is I'll set a new email that is too long. So we'll do the same trick here. We'll specifically set the maximum length we accept, 5. So this will fail. We won't be able to set that. It should come back not as this, but just like this here. Expect a bad email address response. Okay. All right, so the one we just added on change profile fails because it doesn't do the check. So let's do the check. This should be pretty easy. I just need to take this code and copy it to the on change profile here. So if they get this far, we'll do the check. The email is, I guess we just, yeah, should I do Hold on a sec. I saw that there was chat, but I want to not lose this thought. Get it out of the message and then check it. And it's not login status, is it? It's like change profile result or something. Okay, what do we send when we... Oh, change... We don't send anything. Oh, we send them their new profile. So our response is we send them back what the profile is. If I enable editor code lens and test explorer code lens, you get a line above the test run show. Oh. Try that out. I thought I had that on, but maybe not. Okay, it is on, I think. They didn't turn it off. And then test explorer code lens. Yeah, they're both on. I'll get a line above test run debug show and test explorer, you're saying. A line above the test. Yeah, cause so I have them on, but I'm not seeing that. I wonder why. In the code. Was it there and I just didn't notice? Oh, I think I turned off the, I turned off something with that because it was bugging me. What was it? It was in Git lens, I turned it off. Did I turn off something else related to that? It had something to do with pop-ups I turned off. Maybe it was just the hovered. It could be here somewhere, I'm just not seeing it. You're saying it should appear above the test. Run, debug, and text explorer. Maybe there's something else I have to turn on. What would be really nice to have, actually, would be here, like, or to right-click and say go to the test in the code. I don't have that. I don't mind so much finding it. What I do mind is, like, when something breaks, like, let's say that test broke, I would have to go and find out where that was. It'd be really cool if I had a right-click and it said go to code or something. That's what it should look like, huh? Let's see. Yeah, so I must not have that enabled somehow, but it wasn't those two code lens settings that you said. There's something else I probably need to turn on to see that, right? I didn't see anything that was disabling that, but maybe there's something there I'm not seeing. I turned off the Git lens stuff because it was annoying me. It was popping up all the time. I'm wondering if I turned something else off. Yeah, I don't see anything. Must be something I have to turn on. Anyway, look at that later, I think. Oh, maybe the Git lens is doing it? Maybe. Could be. I really don't want to turn it on now. It was I think I'm going to keep it off for now. Right, so if the profile is changed, we're sending something. If not, we're not doing anything. The question is, do I want to just send them back the profile as it is, like unchanged? Or do I want to actually send an error? I think I want to send an error. Which would mean, do I send a success as well when we do change the profile? Actually, I think I will do that. So I'm going to change some behavior here. instead of sending the profile, I will just send a change profile result. Success. And then in the other case, I can send a failure. Oh, the other one. This is the one here. False. So this goes to here. Okay, let's make it an error. It's not consistent with the registration stuff. I need to clean that up too. Okay, so all of the changed profiles that were successful I need to modify now. So instead of this, I will get this. So true with no error, right? I don't know why I copied that. Yeah. Actually, I think I wanted to have it sent back. Yeah, let's have it sent back. So I'm gonna undo that just to get it into my clipboard, and then I'll redo, and then we'll do a paste here, because after we change it, we're gonna request it again. Not that way, by doing this. I don't remember if I need to do that worker loop thing or not. It's a get profile, I think. The get profile? No, it's not. What did I call it? On query? I forget. What did I call it? Fetch. On fetch profile. So fetch profile. You also have a show source button in the test explorer that jumps to the source code. Yeah, I want that button. Why do I not have that button? Maybe that's an add-on I don't have. Are you using C++ also? It could be language specific. This would be what, Test Explorer? How would I know if it's up to date or not? I have 2.4.0. The test engine needs to support it, so the engine I'm using is Catch 2 in Google Test Explorer, which is should be up to date as well, right? In general, these things auto-update, don't they? So maybe you're using a different test engine. Could be. Let's see. So this I want to just make sure that it got changed. Okay, so some other places where this happens, right? Okay. That's that it's forwarded. That's that it's applied. Hang up. Overly long. Okay. Okay, so we're good. Let's try it out. We're on... This is another thing I would like. I would like to be able to click that and get to that line. But there is no jump to code. That's probably another plugin I need that I don't know about. It's almost, it should be a minimum requirement for me being comfortable with my IDE, shouldn't it? I should be able to click something on an error message and get to that in the code. Oh, we are logging in, so we should expect a login message. But the other message isn't making its way through. Okay, let's debug this real quick. So that should make it to here, and it should be not acceptable. Ooh. Oh, I had this wrong. It's not email, is it? It's changes email. That's right. Okay, let's check. Test Explorer UI. 2.4. C++. 021. Why is it still 0 dot? You would think that would be released by now. Catch 2, 315, yeah. VS Code 130.2. Yep. I don't know, I'm missing something. Or I turned something off. Or I need to turn something on. It's one of those, right? Okay. That's passing. Let's make sure I didn't break anything. I'll check that in. Yeah, in the settings somewhere. Yep. If for any reason that configuration is incomplete, you can generate. Yes. It did generate one for me. That would be under .vs code here, right? Maybe there's something missing from here that I need. So you're saying I can do edit configurations. It just goes to it. So I guess I could blow this away and have it regenerate it. Control Shift P and add the missing information. Preview. What is this? Why do they say preview? Microsoft C++ extension. Is that not the same extension? It's Microsoft. Oh, yeah. Okay. So maybe this is just a setting I'm missing. Like IntelliSense mode. I don't think I had that. No, I do have that. Database file name? I don't even have that browse section at all. Yeah, I can look at that later. It's just funny to me that it's still preview. I mean, I bet look how many downloads. It's got millions and millions of downloads, right? 16 million downloads and it's still pre-release. Shouldn't they just release it? That reminds me of what was it? Gmail. Google Mail for a long time was beta. And it was just a joke, right? Because everyone just thought took it for granted that it was out. I remember when Gmail was off, it was invite only. Someone had to already have Gmail and then invite you in. You couldn't just jump in. They can release it. That'll be never bug found. They'll never fix all the IntelliSense problems. That's almost a meme at this point, right? That IntelliSense you have to accept it has bugs. All right, everything passed correct, so I can move on. Move on with my life. So either registration or changing the profile, we limit the password length. So limit email address lengths. All right, card is done, right? Done. Okay, let's do this one next. So I'm going to count sequential bad logins. That's what I'm gonna do. There's a reason why there's 254. Oh, it's in the RFC. Why does that not surprise me? I always find it curious, like where these magic numbers come from. Like why do people recommend a git commit first line no longer than 50 characters? There's actually a reason that's given, like that many tools that show commits and their first lines print extra stuff in front, so you need it to be no longer than 50 because you need to reserve like 30 for whatever that is that's usually printed in front, like the hash code or something like that. Yeah, but it shouldn't. It's isn't it mature enough to be released? I understand why it's 0.x that is preview, but oh wait a minute. Sorry, you already said that minutes ago, and I was just scrolling back. $53.21, huh? Now I'm curious. This is now an educational stream. Why the 254 limit? We'll find out. Okay, it doesn't. There's no 254, so why do they say it's in that RFC? Okay. Where in here do they limit the size? No more. It's in an addendum on the original SMTP. So this isn't this is SMTP. So you're saying it's an addendum here? So it's not here, it's added to this? These are errata, not addendums. Where would they have put addendums? I am making you work for it. No, I'll do a Google search is what I'll do. Must include 254. That's right. Someone's got to have a reference. A submitted erratum. Okay. So it is here somewhere. Here it is. Okay, so it used to say 256. Maximum of 255 characters in the domain part for a total of 320. There's a restriction in 2821, a length of a address in mail in the commands, okay? So it has something to do with those commands in SMTP. So the original that I was looking at, I closed it, didn't I? It probably says 256 somewhere. Yes. Well, that's one of them. That's different. What's that errata pointing to? Oh, wait a minute. This is some other RFC. I'm not reading. I wasn't looking carefully enough. Yeah, why do they knock off 2 characters? I do want to validate email addresses, but not today. I was just following through because I get weirdly curious about magic numbers. I kind of want to know where they come from. So like this 254 character limit. Actually, now that we know at least where the rabbit hole is, I might not follow it all the way down. Let's just put that in there. Because I am still... Oh, no, I didn't push it. I mean, I did push it. Let's just check that in. Why not? Set email address limit to the accepted max of 254. I won't even say why I know it's accepted max. Force myself to look it up later. Yeah, there's an official regex. I think I will learn more about that when I do the SMTP stuff. Okay, now, where was I? Bad login attempts, yes. So there was a bad password on login here somewhere, right? Incorrect password here. So we're going to take that and make a new case here. Incorrect password increments counter. So we set up Alex with a certain password, which is correct horse battery staple. He tries to log in with Hunter 2, of course. And we're gonna be adding something to the player record, right? Or wait a minute, let me think about this. If I put it into the player record, then it has to be replicated across the cluster. So every bad login would make a state change in the server, which would be sort of unnecessarily expensive. What if I just have a local counter? Uh-oh. Something going on upstairs. Sick kid unhappy upstairs, I think. Hold on. I have to go. I'll be right back. Just a minute or two. Sorry about that. I have an unhappy kid upstairs. My recommendation for today is don't get sick. Getting sick is not something you want. All right. So, yeah, I don't want to put a bad logging count in the player record itself. So it means I'll need to have some other data that's tracked for each player on each server that's temporary or ephemeral. I suppose we'll just assume it starts out at 0, this counter, and each time, should we just have it try to do this in a loop? So yeah, let's do that. So size t, expected bad login count is 0. Really only need to do this twice, don't I? I don't think I need that wait thing. So we're just gonna, I'm not even gonna make this, say, arrange act, because I really can't do an assert in one place, can I? And I don't really care about the, response that another test checks that. What I want to do is have some kind of backdoor into the coordinator to ask it what the counter is. Let's introduce the additional state we want. Okay, see you, Ultramark. Thanks for stopping by. I have a get client connections. There's no get player, is there? No, but we can make something. Actually, we could put it in the players, but make it... Yeah, make it ephemeral. Yeah, why don't I do that? So we'll just add another thing here. This will just be player. No, hold on. Let me do this right. So how is it actually stored in the engine? A shared pointer to a player's object. And that... Oh, it has an official interface. Okay, so I can just return const players. Provide read-only access. Okay, yeah, this is meant for testing only. I need to have a little note for that, don't I? Yes, this. Well, okay. Not that it's very bad. Oh, I already have something here. Only for testing. Got it. Okay, so just provide read-only access to the player data held by the server. Okay. A read-only reference to the player data held by the server is returned. Whoa, why did it go there? I have no idea. Should have gone there. Players is included. Alright, so we're just going to... I don't even really need to get a lock, do I? Yeah, why do I even bother getting a lock for these debugging methods? We're not returning a copy. I don't know. I don't know why I bother. Yeah, none of this stuff I need to protect. Because it's only in the unit test framework where I'll ever call these things. So everything from here down doesn't need a lock. Just debugging access only. Get configuration. Yeah. This one does, because otherwise it'll be a race. This one does not. Neither do these. Alright. Simplification is good. So return impl shared players. I don't know why IntelliSense doesn't work for me today. Get players. Const auto players. Actually, we can get that once, right? Because we'll just have access to it again. Alright, so expect equal expected bad login count incremented for players. No IntelliSense help there. Okay, we're gonna put it into the player record, right? So it's gonna be index Alex and player record. I'm going to add something here. It's going to be ephemeral. I guess it will be bad login count. So we need to define that. And player record, yay! Let's make a section here. Kind of like I have a section here. All properties below this, all properties below are ephemeral and do not require appending commands to the game log to the journal in order to change. Are ephemeral local to this server and do not require appending commands. Yes, that's exactly what I want. This is a count. Actually, that's redundant. This is the number of incorrect passwords given in login attempts since the player last logged in successfully on this server. There we go. That's what we're gonna do. Ah, yeah. I don't want to return a shared pointer, do I? Const reference, there we go. Cool. Incorrect password, increments counter. Fail. It doesn't increment. We will fix that. Real easy like. So, it's on login. If the password don't match, but we have a player record, we simply have to increment it. So, player dot. Oh, this IntelliSense failure is killing me. Bad login count. So just increment that. That's all I wanted to do with that test, is make sure it gets incremented. Not incremented. Okay, what did I do wrong? Are we getting there in this test? Yes, we are. We only got there once, though. Interesting. Oh, no. Oh, wait a minute. That's right, this is sampling it. Yeah, we can't do that. Shoot. Yeah, I can't do it this way. No longer lurking. Well, how are you doing, Epic Unknown? You here to school me? Tell me what I'm doing wrong? What I did wrong here is I decided that players was an immutable state. So I had made the indexer or just return a copy all the time. So this won't work. I need to be able to modify it. I want to. Maybe it doesn't belong in players at all. Maybe I need to have another record instead of doing this stuff. Just what would I name it? If this is called player record, then what would this be? Player ephemeral player permanent record, player ephemeral record? How about player server context? Actually, wait a minute. No. I thought for a second I could put it into the client record. But you could actually in the real world it'll be a new client every time that tries to log in. So I guess I think I'm gonna have to make a new structure here. New structure. So player. What if we just call it player context? Player server variables. What else am I gonna have in here besides a bad logging count though? I don't know. Maybe nothing else. So maybe I don't even need a structure. Yeah, maybe I don't need one for now. Just build it in. Change IntelliSense mode to Clang. Does it fix the problem? Let's see. Clang. Clangety clang. Alright, let's see. Just to be safe, we'll reload. Okay, the problem I was seeing was in, see, I get a whole bunch of, it's really unhappy about something. Where was it? It was in the engine. Right. Player. Nope. Language server crashed 5 times in the last 3 minutes. So it has something to do with the language server, I think. I forgot what this was. It was MSVC, I think. I still have that in here? No. MSVC, okay. Yeah, it's just I repair it by blowing away the build folder and starting a new one. But that'll take 5 minutes to run. You don't need to research more. That's okay. It's probably just a bug. Not much I can do about it. I don't really want to debug the tools right now. So we're not going to put it in player bad logging count, but I think I will just keep a separate structure. So actually that becomes easier, right? If I just do bad player login count and reference the username. I'll just need to have another method. I guess I can keep the get players, but I'll just need another one here. Get player bad login count. Return the current value of the bad login counter for the player with the given name. I need to slow down on my typing and not make so many typing mistakes. Player for whom to return value of the bad login counter. This is returned. I'm so far keeping the bad guys away by going to be tracking the number of bad login attempts and then require a CAPTCHA after a certain point. That's the plan for today. So I'm this far in the plan. Well, I'm at literally here in the plan. So we prevented people from registering overly long names, and that was just sort of a silly thing to get started. Because what I really want to do when I get back to it with some more time on it is enforce certain patterns to be matched. So email addresses have to be valid. But yeah, that's where I am. I'm gonna put in a CAPTCHA in a little bit, and then the real bad guys that we were blocking are DOS attacks on our WebSocket. So I need to get to that. We'll get into that very soon, hopefully. Unless I run out of time. Only been an hour and a half. Got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Alright, so we're just sampling the counter, and I feel better locking it here. Actually, I don't need to. This is debugging only, right? And IntelliSense is broken right now, so I have to do this myself. In fact, that doesn't even exist yet, so we need to add that. That's in context engine. Alright, so that is this, which is here. So I'm just going to add a counter, or actually we're adding a map. You can put it anywhere. Let's put it here. This tracks the number of sequential bad login attempts made, keyed by username, and we're only going to accept valid players. Otherwise, this map, someone could just keep guessing wrong usernames and blow up my memory. What am I using to determine valid? Right now, it's very simple. It is just a number of characters. But what I want to do eventually is, there's like different RFCs we were looking at, that like SMTP, that I think it specifies what the pattern is for a valid email address. I mean, I'm sure they put it in somewhere. Local part at domain. There's probably a formal specification somewhere in here that I can leverage. Or maybe I just keep it as simple as whatever they define for the syntax of this. Usually they have like a ASN.1 or another like syntax description for what these symbols mean. I can leverage that. Make a regex out of that. Is this it? This might be it. I think this is it. Somewhere? It's in here somewhere. I could just make it really relaxed and say it has to be some string at some other string which has a dot in it somewhere for to be a valid domain, right? Something really simple. Really, the only bad things I want to prevent are strings that are enormously long, so we put a cap on the length. And if they put something gibberish in there, they just will never be able to verify their account. Right now, the email is only used to send you a link if you forget your password. But in the future, I might make it so that until you verify that you own an email address, there might be some limit to what you can do in the game. I haven't really decided what to do about it. Yeah, I just put it in for now so that people can reset their password if they need to. Okay, does this build? can build, we can test it, right? If it builds, it can be tested. It almost sounds like if it lives, we can kill it. If it builds. Incorrect password. Increments counter. Oh, the test is looking at the wrong place for that. We don't want to get the players. Instead, we're going to ask the coordinator to get us the count. So, coordinator, and then IntelliSense is broken, so I got to look it up. Get bad player count of the username, which is Alex. Let's put that on their own lines. String at string.string. Yeah, something simple like that. I'm just setting up the places for the code to live right now and keeping it simple. I want to get this stuff up on the cloud. Have places where I can put the more precise checks. And not get it perfect. If I spend all my time right now getting it perfect before I put it online, this won't go online for another year. And I don't want you guys to wait that long. Okay, so it's all passing. So we have a counter. So that's one thing down. Progress, my friends. We're making progress. Count. We are counting them. So I want to have a cooldown. So my thought about the cooldown is every time you fail to log in, we'll capture the current time, and if an attempt to log in comes in too quickly, we just drop the connection. Yeah, I fall into that trap frequently. I have this bad habit of wanting to make everything perfect from the start, and it's just something I'm trying to break. Get something quick and dirty out there. I'm trying to force myself for something really new to make prototypes, for example. So not even do test-driven development, but just make a quick and dirty little prototype, what do you call it? Proof of concept first, and then once that's working, then maybe add it to the real code. Perfectionism is dangerous. You kind of stuck, like IntelliSense. Look at that. Oh no, it figured it out eventually. You get stuck and never progress because you're just constantly iterating on stupid little things. Right, so a timeout. So actually that'll change this test because this test will fail in a different way. So we're going to have to modify that test when we add this new one. This one's going to break the other one. So incorrect password. We'll say login cooldown after incorrect password. So let's set that in the configuration this way. So we're going to have yet another configuration item called, what are we going to call it? Login. Bad login cooldown. We'll set it just some arbitrary number. Yeah, that's the worst, is you're trying to solve something and you have a solution, but you just take too long to perfect it. Someone else beats you to it. Or someone finds a better solution. Actually, that's not so bad. Never done test-driven yourself? I'm trying to get into the habit of doing it for what I call the official code, the production code. It's nice in that now I have like hundreds of regression tests that if anything breaks, these tests will tell me. And it's a sort of a good discipline, and it's taking me a lot of practice. I'm still horrible at the test suite here is way too long. You shouldn't have 6,500 lines, and each test should not span more than a page like it does. I need to come back and refactor, break this test suite up into smaller suites that are like what do you call it? Subtests. Need to have a hierarchy of tests and not just a single suite for the coordinator, and then a lot of this common setup needs to be moved or refactored out as helper functions. But you can't be perfect from the top. Top quizzes? Sure, I can answer a quiz question. All right, so Or are you talking about like if someone bad login too much? Sorry, I might not have gotten that joke. All right, so the test here is we will expect the first. Let's just do this out in steps. Let me think about this. I guess we're doing it step by step. So we'll send a bad message. What happens with that is already tested. What we're not testing here is if we were to hang up and make a new connection, or even on the same connection. If we send in another login request too quickly, we should be disconnected. So that will be. I have this mock timekeeper. It's really hurting me that I don't have the IntelliSense working here. So we will advance the time by not quite a second. Am I familiar with lynda.com? Is that the educational site? How valuable a resource it is? I have never used it, but I've heard good things about it. So there are a lot of sites out there. I'm kind of wary of using them myself because a lot of information about programming, like C++, you can get for free. And so somewhere like Lynda where you have to pay, it better be like above and beyond what you can get through a Google search. Not sure about coding. The business courses are good, yeah. So there you go. Yeah, for programming, I don't know, because there's just a lot of free info out there. It'd have to be a really, really good course. Like maybe if there was someone who had taken the C++ course and really highly recommended it. Otherwise, I think I'd be skeptical. Okay, so we're going to try to send it again after that much time has elapsed. And what we should see is that we get disconnected. So that is expect true that coordinator dot get IntelliSense, they're killing me. Get client connections. And that is what? A map, so that the map should now be empty. And I think we'll just do a hard assert if that fails. So then what we would expect is if we advance time, let's try again to advance time by 0.9 seconds and make a new connection and send it, we should again be hung up on. But then, if we advance more than a second, 1.1, we will expect it to not have hung up. Expect. Now we can make an assert, why not? There we go. So this will fail. Because we won't get hung up on, ever. Player. Oh, we can't do auto again. We have to just reuse the variable. There we go. Whoops, whoops. Is it because I used const? No. What is it not like about assignment? Attempting to reference a deleted function. Oh, okay. This is not real technically an assignment, it's a construction. This is an assignment, so I guess I have to use different variable names. Player connection 2. And then player connection 3. And to be consistent, we'll call this player connection 1. It's integrated into your learning costs, that's nice. Cool. So new test should show up here in the list. Here it is, login cooldown. It will fail, I hope. Right, because it gets to here, and where it should have hung up on us, it did not. So let's put that in. So there's two variables I need, right? I need to, every time there's a login failure, I need to record the current time. That means, okay, that means I do have a second piece of information, which makes me want to make a structure out of this. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So I'll model it after player record. I'll call it player server context or something. I'm bad at names. I can rename things later if I don't, if this doesn't pan out, right? And it doesn't hold all, okay, this is actually no longer correct. Let me make sure that this is fixed. It's not the information the instance has. It holds the information this holds the persistent information the game cluster has. So that's a lot stronger. This one I want to say, this holds all the ephemeral or temporary information this one instance has on a player of the game. So it's on purpose not replicated across all the servers in the cluster, and it's temporary information. So we don't need types yet, just have properties. Oh, I had forgotten to remove that from player record. That shouldn't go there. That's where we put this, and then we'll put the time. So that is, I think I've been tracking with as a double. So last login attempt. This is the time according to the configured timekeeper. The time in seconds according to the configured timekeeper when this player, or when a client last attempted to log in as this player. All right. So that hold on, this whole record I need to include in a couple places. I want to have access to it from here. So this is player server context, because I want to return it. I'm gonna upgrade, power up this one. So instead of get player bad login count, it'll be get player server context. It's going to return a player server context. Return the ephemeral. Yeah, it's just debug only, so it can be that. Return the ephemeral information currently held by the server for the given for the player with the given name. You would name the variable last login attempt in seconds. Yeah, what I had there was pretty poor. How about time? Do I really care that it's seconds? I guess I can. It doesn't hurt. I think elsewhere in my code, if I didn't have units, I was assuming seconds. But maybe that's a bad assumption. All right, so we did that. So this is the name of the player. We'll just say target player. The current, the ephemeral. Okay, there we go. So that changes this. See, some things in IntelliSense are working. The go-to definition still works. So in place of, what's this? Oh, it crashed. See, I'm having trouble with the language server. I hope Microsoft fixes it soon. It would be in this engine. I saved it right here, right? So instead, in In addition to that, include its player server context. Actually, that goes after, doesn't it? You host your website from home? Did I do that once upon a time? I think I did. If you can do it for free, then that's the way to go. I think I did when I was really young, and then at some point it was just really cheap to get it hosted somewhere, like on a hosting service. I'll just put it there. Then I don't have to worry about hosting it. Okay. Right, here we go. That's player server context. Go away, language server. You suck. Players. Player server contexts. This holds ephemeral information about different players, keyed by username. I see. So that is going to break up a bunch of things, right? So this... alright, it got in my way of my clicking even. It's username dot... Oh, wait a minute. There the IntelliSense is working. Look at that. Oh no, it was just a trick. It's bad logging count. Okay, and so here's the opportunity I have. So let's actually get this as a reference. Do I really need a long name here? Actually, it's going to be player server context. So we do that, and then we set the last login attempt to be context engine timekeeper. Get current time. There it is. I think what I'll do before the next stream is like 15 minutes before my stream starts, I'll blow away the build directory. That'll make sure that IntelliSense will work for at least a couple hours. All right, and then in the tests, they need to be modified. So this is now, because we can get access to it, right? Get player server context. So const auto player server context equals that. Alex, and then we'll look at this dot bad logging count. So actually I could also, in this test down here, make sure that this is being set. But I don't really need to. I just really needed a place to put that stuff. Is it triggering you too? It's getting to the point for me where what triggers in me is I say, screw it, I'm just going to rebuild everything now to fix it. Oh, this is different now, isn't it? There we go. This does have the side effect of creating the context if it didn't exist, but we're only calling it from the test framework, so that's fine. Yeah, so it should get a little bit further, right? Oh, wait a minute, no, it probably won't, because we're tracking it We're not actually using that information. So where do we use that information? That would be if they try to log in at all and it hasn't been long enough. Actually, it's a combination of two things. If the login count is not 0, oh, I should reset the bad login count, shouldn't I? I should have a test for that. We'll do that in a minute. I say this and I'll probably never do it. So, correct login after incorrect login resets, incorrect password resets bad login counter. I'll do that in a minute. So, it's a combination of these two aren't up to date. If they're registered, yes. So let's get this context up here. Yeah, might as well get it here. And we'll say if combination of things, right? If this is greater than 0 and we're going to sample, we might as well just sample the time in either case, right? Right here, const auto now equals that. So if now minus the last time is not, or if it is less than cached configuration, this needs to be a double. Yeah, I'm pretty spoiled with IntelliSense, aren't I? It really speeds up things, right? You don't have it, you miss it. I don't even have it in here yet. I put it in the test, though. I thought I did. Oh, did I put it down here, not up there? Yeah. So that needs to go here. I don't know. In general, what should it be? Let's make it there be none unless we're actually testing it. That makes sense to me. In the real world, what should it be? Should be long enough to prevent a bot from abusing me, but short enough that it doesn't annoy a user. So how long will it take someone to type in their password again? Maybe no longer than a quarter second? That sound about right? Does it take at least a quarter second to enter your password? So, okay, there it is. Hold on, log in. Here it is there. Okay, we're way beyond the character size here, so let me wrap this a little bit. So if those two conditions are true, I think we'll just hang up on them. So that was, I did this in a couple other commands, right? Yes, we erase the WebSocket from our client list, and they go bye-bye. We don't even tell them. We just hang up on them. Erase the WebSocket from our client list. Undeclared identifier. Oh boy. Oh, that's right. It's in context engine. I keep forgetting I need to move all of these handlers into the engine, so I don't need to indirectly get to it. All right. It looks like it got a little further. Oh, is it because I didn't reset the cooldown there? I think that's what it was. Yeah, so we advanced another, so we didn't reset the cooldown. So I should do that. And then we should increment. We should probably count it as a bad login, right? Let's do that. So we hang up on them, we count it as a bad login, and we reset the cooldown. Let's make sure the test checks that, actually. So let's get the context here. And we'll know what it should be, right? At each point. So here it should be 1 now. 1 bad login. And if it gets down here to here, it's going to be 2. And then here 3. Then here 4. Cool. Let's do this one. So it's like this, only they eventually do send the correct password. Right? So their correct password is correct battery horse stable. So let's have them wait at least the cooldown and then send the correct password there. So we will expect it to go to 0 and it should not be hung up on. And we actually should get a login successful. Let's put back the, for this one, arrange act. Because the act is this one. Alright, then the successful login, that was logged in, this one. It's player connection, actually this can be player again. There we go. So I'm not resetting the counter yet, so this will fail. I expect this one to fail. Yeah, see it failed there, and we got bad password. Why did we get bad password? That's the correct password. Why is it bad password? Oh, right. There's, we get bad password and then we get logged in. I forgot. Because it's on the second attempt that it actually gets through. Oh, and then yeah, this has the problem of, it's asynchronous, so before, yeah, to push that through I have to do player.con server wait. It's not gonna help me. Stupid IntelliSense. There's where I want. Because the WebSocket's asynchronous. Right, so we're not resetting the bad login count. That's the last thing to do. So when they successfully log in, right here, we will reset the bad login count. What message did you miss? I don't think you missed anything. Oh, you missed the test thing? That it just says that I didn't reset the counter, so I just added that code, so now when I run it again, it'll reset the counter. Pass. From Goon. He didn't send anything since 7 minutes ago. Unless he whispered you, and maybe that's what you're talking about. Alright, so that's ready to check in, I think. Yay. Cooldown is in effect. So the last thing I wanted was, after a certain threshold, I want to send them a CAPTCHA challenge. There we go. Oops, it was just delayed. He waved back. All right. Adding a login cooldown after you have a bad login. So there's no cooldown if you log in successful. Log out, log in successful again yet. I don't think I need to worry about that, do I? That'll be caught by other DOS checks. Frequency of connections and so forth. So we have a login counter. Right. Oh, I added a file. I should... I've been listing the files in the CMake, even if they're header files. So we will add it. Players, so... Player. Server context. So add... Actually, it's count bad logins and enforce a login cooldown. So add player server context, holding a bad login counter and sample of the time when the last login attempt was made. Increment bad login counter on every bad login, of course. And sample login time on every bad login. Okay, reset bad login counter on successful login. That's all we're doing right now. Oh, wait a minute. It's hang up on client if login attempt is made and previous login attempt failed and login hasn't yet cooled down. There we go. Okay, see ya, the epic unknown. Have a good day. Oh, I wish I could have cake. Could I have some? KHPS official? I would like cake. Now I'm sad that I don't get cake. Ooh-hoo. No cake for me. Neo Deviant, how's it going? Oh. I want that cake. It's a lie. That's right. The cake is a lie. Alright, so one more checkbox here. We're going to request a captcha after a certain number of bad login. So the idea is we'll be sitting here in our client, which looks like this, and blah blah, I try to log in, it says bad password, right? After a certain number of these tries, it should say bad password, and then when I try to log in now, it should actually ask for a captcha. That's what I want to see. Alright, so again to the test framework we go. Actually, to facilitate this, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take away the const from, where is it? From here. I'm going to just remove the const. I'm going to do it. You can't stop me. Gonna remove the const so that the test framework can actually change things and set, so we don't have to, in the test, we don't have to actually do bad logins. We can just start with the bad login counter really high to begin with, right? So that will look like this. Actually, let's do it this way. Recaptcha, is that how I want to spell it? Captcha, just captcha. Captcha requested after too many bad logins. Bad logins, yeah, why not? Sure, why not? So another configuration. How about login CAPTCHA threshold? So we'll just set it to 3. Because why not? And the real, let's pick some values for the real deal. How many times should you have, can you log in, can you attempt to log in before it starts to question whether you are a robot or a human? How about 3? Actually, that's the value I'd picked in the test framework, isn't it? Sure, why not? So it's 3. I set it at 3 here just to make sure. And then what we'll do, we create the account. Then I am going to, okay, after mobilize, we're going to actually get an auto and change it. So we're going to say, we're going to pretend that Alex, bad login count. Oh, wait a minute. That's just this, right? Bad login count is 3. So on the next login, no, 2. So that when on the third bad login, it'll say next login you're gonna need a CAPTCHA, right? That'll be a clue to the client, the front end, that it needs to actually ask for a CAPTCHA. Chocolate layer cake with peanut butter icing. You're killing me, Goon Pontoon. You're killing me. Although I really can't eat chocolate these days, but it still sounds very yummy. Chocolate cake, peanut butter icing. Okay, so this should now go to 3. Well, okay, it will go to 3. I don't need to verify it. Actually, that is the act, isn't it? The act is we try to log in. The assertion is that what we get back will be a certain message, right? We will get back a login status bad password and then say need CAPTCHA. True. That's what I want to see. There we go. Oh, you're imagining it. Oh, it was, who had the cake? Who had the cake? Was it KHPS official that has the cake? Oh, yep. Let's go raid him to get his cake. I'd be up for that. Anybody else want to go raid KHPS official? Need to get his cake? Alright, so this test ain't gonna work, right? It's not gonna work. Ooh, it didn't send anything. That's bad. Should send something. Oh, right, it's the same thing again. We need to synchronize. This little trick here to synchronize with the WebSocket, whose message is asynchronously delivered. There we go. So we just get bad password. It doesn't ask us for a CAPTCHA for next time, so let's fix that. I don't know where he lives. He's on the internet. Can't we internet raid him? Okay, that's a little far. It must be pretty cold there. I bet it's really cold. You deserve that cake for living in such a cold place. That's what I say. Alright, so the engine where we catch a bad login, right? Every time we increment it, here it is. Oh no, that's when we hang up on them. If we don't hang up on them, right, let's increment it first. And let's assemble the JSON object. So const auto response is this. And then we're gonna give them the response after we add something to it, right? We're gonna say if this is now greater than or equal to, and I'm going to steal this. Look, I don't need the double part. It's gonna be size t of that, right? That's a little long, so I'm gonna wrap it to that. Uh-oh. I smell bacon. I think someone's cooking bacon. Oh, this is torture. I gotta keep streaming while people in the house are cooking bacon. It's so unfair. If I say that loud enough, maybe I'll get bacon. Yeah, let's... Do you guys... Oh, what's going on with my light? Getting dark here, I guess. Oh yeah, it's past 4 o'clock in the afternoon here. Let me turn up the, can't turn up too far, because that's what happens. I turn up to there. There we go. Alright. So, if this condition is true, we pass a certain... this is the wrong variable. A login CAPTCHA threshold, then we will include in the response the CAPTCHA requested. There we go. That should make the test pass. Can't be const if we want to do that. Occasionally this will happen, and I'm not sure why. It didn't... Oh, no, I know why. Because it didn't build the last time. Yeah, never mind. Anyway, this will pass now, right? No? Interesting. So let's see that happen. So there's the response, and the bad login count is 3. And, oh, did I not set that right? Oh no, there it is. Hold on. Maybe it was correct and I just didn't notice. You look more closely at this. Oh, it is there. Oh, need CAPTCHA. Okay. I was just inconsistent in my naming. It's need CAPTCHA is true, not CAPTCHA requested. Yeah, you're up late. I actually didn't expect many of the EU folks to still be up watching me. Really late for you guys. There we go. So we have a CAPTCHA requested. Now I need to deal with doing all the backend stuff right now. So the front end, it'll try to log in, and this time it'll include a CAPTCHA code. So we will basically require that, right? Yes. So that's another couple test cases, right? So if we get a login attempt, even if it's a good password, if they didn't give us a CAPTCHA, we will not allow it, right? So let's say it's again 3, and they already have 3 bad login attempts, right? Let's say that they log in with the correct password. We should expect to have need CAPTCHA true. Should we say bad password, though? Let's just say needs CAPTCHA. Prove that you're a robot. No, actually, no. That'll reveal too much, right? Yeah, we don't want to reveal, if they are a robot, we don't want to reveal that the password was correct. We kind of want to make it stop. Okay, so that is CAPTCHA required. So it's requested, and then it's also required. And then, well, let's do it one piece at a time. So this should fail because it should log in successfully even though it shouldn't. You're your own boss. Yeah, well, I'm my own boss. You know, being your own boss, you have the worst boss, though. And I'm not speaking about you, I just mean for me. I am way too hard on myself. It's both good and bad to be your own boss. You can do what you want, but you're probably pretty strict on yourself. Right, so it failed because it actually logged in successfully, and we don't want it to. So again, it's the same check, only we need to require that they gave us a CAPTCHA. So they're registered, we get their context. After this is a good place. So if we have already logged in a certain number of times badly, then we need to require that they have a CAPTCHA. And if they do, we will verify it and then proceed with the login, correct? Okay, see you, Goon Pontoon. Have a good evening. Bye. Okay, so this is going to be different because this login requires that the rest of this be done asynchronously. Hold on a sec. Okay. This right here actually does the login immediately, but if there's a capture, we need to be asynchronous. So that means I need to move the rest of this to an asynchronous function, a callback. So I guess what we'll do is we'll just have this arranged up front. So const auto verify do login. And we need to capture some stuff, and we don't need any parameters. And I'm just going to move all the things in there. Like this. So the default would be we just call it. Right? So what does it need? It needs context. So let's not have a strong reference to it. Does it also need WS? It does. So let's get weak references to what we need. It needs client as well. How did this, let me go cheat and look what I did for on register. Here we go. I actually didn't use the client structure. Oh, but I think if we did, we could look it back up from the WebSocket. That's right. Maybe that's what we'll do. Okay. Not cheating if it works, yeah. So let's get the weak pointers to the context. What exactly is that context? I need to look at that type. Hold persistent state associated with the WebSocket. Does that mean it has the WebSocket in it? It does. Weekly. Okay, so really, actually this has everything we need. Right, because we can get the WebSocket, we can get the engine, which means, yeah, so all the other stuff was just convenience. So really I just need to grab that context, right? And then we can recover the WebSocket from the context, right? So auto ws equals context ws lock. If it no longer exists, then we abort. Client, we recover from by looking for the client, right? So how does that work? It's done an on message, on receive, one of these, on WebSocket text. Oh, we just index it. Okay. Yeah, and will they still be in clients? Oh, they might have been erased from it. So we should check to make sure. So we will say auto clients entry equals that dot find. That's context, right? Context engine clients. Find the WebSocket. If client's entry equals that dot end, then we've lost the client connection or the record, and we will again abort. Otherwise, we'll recover the client from that. Client's entry second. Okay, then the rest proceeds. So now this is a function object I can either call synchronously, or here I'm going to call it asynchronously. So that would be the same thing we do on register. Here, we make a capture request. I guess this needs to be refactored, doesn't it? Well, let's just copy paste it for now. Actually, I only need to where? Down to here, right? Well, no, let's get the whole thing. Hey, Pimp Pepperson, how's it going? How are you, my dude or dudette? I should not assume gender. How are you doing? I'm doing some ugly code right now. I'm going to require a CAPTCHA if you log in with the bad. If you try to log in with the bad password too many times here. So presumably, they get to this point. Oh, there's another little clause we need, don't we? Let me think about. Let me see. Yes, we need them to have given us a. Oh no, we'll just assume they have, and we put it in. Well, where did I copy that from? Yeah, same thing. Oh, wait a minute. We need this code too. We need that code as well, because we want to hang up on them if they give us an invalid CAPTCHA, right? So this I need to refactor into a helper, but it's setting up a call to Google to verify a CAPTCHA. And we use this helper, the send web post request, and we get called back. And actually, I don't need WS week, do I? I need a little function object I made, do login. Do login. All right. What is the, is there another word for a female pimp? Or is pimp gender neutral? These are the strange things that I ponder sometimes. I think it's gender neutral, actually. Engine transaction. So, we don't need to do this. Mistress? I don't know. I think it's just pimp. Response body. So, if we're not successful, I guess we just... What should we do? Let's just hang up on them. So that would be... Oh, to hang up on them, I need actually to capture our context. Let's do that. So the context. If we have captured the context, we can do this. Oh, I need the WebSocket too. Just hang up on them if the capture's bad. And I need to recover the WebSocket, don't I? This. All right. And then if, okay, actually make this into a if else, right? Do login. So do the login if the CAPTCHA passed. Otherwise, we hang up on them. If they didn't need a CAPTCHA, we just do the login. Sounds good to me. Procureur. That's a female, a French word, right? Procureur. Username cannot be implicitly captured. Okay, so I forgot to capture some things. Capture. Yes, we need to capture some things. Username. And I guess we just capture the message. It's safe. Server context. We can recover that again inside. Right about... There. Hold on, there's another thing I need to make sure I did do correctly. This callback needs to have gotten the lock. Oh, look at that, it didn't. Does this do the locking for me? Send web request. Oh yeah, it does. Look at that. Okay, good. Good. So I don't need to worry about the locking. Okay, good. Username, message. We recover the context. Yeah, that should be enough. More things to capture. Now is not captured. Okay, yeah, let's get now. What do we need that for? Oh, yeah, I do need that. Now is by sampling the current time. This is a prime candidate to be moved into another function. I need to do some refactoring. I've said that like a billion times this stream, haven't I? Okay. It failed. No messages received. That's not correct. In C++14, you can introduce initialize new variables in the capture clause without the need to have those variables exist in the lambda function's enclosing scope. Huh. Oh, really? Well, that would be nice. Another reason to move to C++ 17, 14 or 17. I've been adding that to reasons to move, right? Put this somewhere. To do? Where did I put it? I had like a reasons I should move to C++ 17. C++ 17, here we go. And that's 4 things you told me about, or 3. I'm collecting this list of things to motivate me to move to the latest C++ standard. And BugFound has now graciously given me 3 reasons. Thank you again. This is why BugFound's a VIP. Super VIP today. Okay, so the problem is I am not getting a message here at all. Why not? This should have... Oh, wait a minute. No, this will hang up, right? Yeah, we do not expect that. Oh, no. This is the first time it should ask for it, right? No, if it's at 3, it should have asked... It should have... Right, it's required. So yeah, this is the wrong expectation. We should expect it to be hung up on. So coordinator dot get client this one. Here, there it is. Oh, not that one. This one. Stealing code from other tests. That's what should happen. And that is what is happening? No. It is not happening. Okay, why not? This test should have triggered the code in here to hang up. If we don't have... this should have happened, right? Let's see. Breakpoint. Debug. So it's at 3. And the threshold is hopefully 3. All right, so it gets the message out. Oh, it's empty string skips all that. Oh. So it's going to send an empty string. Okay, well. So it won't hang up right away. It'll make a request and the request will come back invalid. And then we would hang up. So to simulate this correctly, I need to call that simulate thing. Simulate captcha 6. So actually don't have a fail. Let's have a fail. Simulate captcha failure. False? I forget. Is that what it is? Was that what Google gives you back if the captcha fails? I'm gonna assume it is. So I also need to verify that one request was made. Yeah, let's find it. Oh, there's a test that does it. Do I want to check all these things? I don't think I need to. In fact, I'm just going to paste that one-liner. They send that. We simulate CAPTCHA failure. Then we don't actually need to do that. It should just hang up on us. It's going to be asynchronous though, right? Actually, no, it won't really be asynchronous. Maybe it is. Hold on. So wait for loop. Is that the right thing to do? I don't think I need to do that. This should have done it. Let's see what happens. So it should call that delegate. So let's make sure that it's actually there. How come I can't? I just step in maybe? Yeah, so there is a request. So there should be a delegate set up to be called right here. So it should get here. All right, it got here. Oh, I can't believe it. I have the logic inverted. If it's success, we log in. Otherwise, it failed. We hang up on. Yeah, it's a long file. I'm sorry. Suggest I stop adding more functions to the file, start segmenting. You want me to refactor now? It's probably a good idea. I might just make tomorrow a refactoring day. Because it's getting a bit obscene, isn't it? That I'm at 6,700 lines. Okay, so the captcha is required. So the last step would be to once, if the captcha succeeds, then we actually get logged in. So here they have to put in, well, yeah, even though it just simulates a success, we should put something in there. Oh, well, no more than that. We'll put something in there, and then check that it was sent. Yeah, so like this test did the same thing. There's a little check to make sure that the post was correct. How much of this do I need? All right, that the body has what we expect. This is going to have to change, by the way, when I make the key configurable. I really only care about the body being correct, right? So it's this part. Don't care about this or that. I just want that. It has to be I am not a robot. Isn't that the most excellent reCAPTCHA value? Simulate success, and then we should get a successful login after we wait a loop. Status is this is not correct. Logged in. Here we go. Oh, I should watch that guy. Yeah, I should probably follow him. Uh-oh. This is due to bad light. I can play with this a little bit, but after a certain point it becomes a lost cause because it starts melting away. Ah! Let's see. Yeah, we're at that point where there's not enough light to keep going. I don't think that Raimu8354 is a great guy. I don't think I'm gonna follow him. But how are you doing, John Games? Shout out to John Games. He's working on a mobile game where you play as the root system of a tree. It's very interesting. A fun little idle game, I think of it as. It starts out pretty easy, gets more challenging, and it's you know, being a mobile game, it's something you can do when you're on the train, nothing else to do. On the very last 2 levels. Are you saying that's where you are right now? There we go, logged in. But yeah, check out John Games' stream when you have a chance. Uh-oh. What did I do here? I think I just had the test have this duplicate name. I need to give it a correct name. So this one is CAPTCHA success after too many logins results in successful login. CAPTCHA success with good password. There's actually 2 tests I need, right? It could be a bad password all along, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, I already have that tested, didn't I? Never mind. I don't need to do this. We stream at the same time? Well, this is a special day for that, though. I actually am streaming in an unusual time period. I usually stream from 10 a.m. to 2. Today I stream from 2 to 6 because today was a minimum day, so a short day for the kids. And I was on call to do carpool, so it would have been right in the middle of my usual stream time, so rescheduled for today only. Oh, thanks for the follow. By satellite. Got it. All right, cool. So let me run all the tests to make sure I didn't break anything. I hope I didn't break anything. That would suck. And then I think I'll work on the front end a bit. Uh-oh. Broke something. What'd I break? Login cooldown is broken. 6584. This didn't count as a bad login. It should have. Weird. It was 3. We advanced time a bit more. We set a bad password again. Okay, so I screwed something up here. It might have to do with the cooldown. Let's see. If I get, let's see, let's clear our breakpoints. Okay. We'll go to here. Then we will go to the place where we capture these logins. And put a breakpoint here again, I guess. And tell it to go. Alright. Players registered. Now is a 2.9. Last login attempt was 1.8. So it skipped that. Right, okay. So it didn't hang up on them yet. If we need a... Oh, we're at past the recapture threshold. That's why it broke. So I don't want to do the recapture for that unit test. So I'm going to raise the recapture requirement. Just so it doesn't interfere with that test. So we won't need... Whoops. We won't need a recapture until we get to... Oh, I totally messed that up, didn't I? Where's the recapture setting? Here it is. Recapture threshold. We'll set it to 4. Sound good? That should fix that broken test. Cool. Let's run them all again. In the meantime, I will remove the old breakpoint. All right, cool. So I think the front end is done. I just need to update the back end. I mean, the back end is done. I just need to update the front end. So let's check in these back end changes. So now we are requiring a CAPTCHA after a certain number of bad logins. All right. Require valid reCAPTCHA when logging in after, this is going to be a long line, after too many bad login attempts. So add reCAPTCHA requirement for frequent after frequent bad logins. All right, front end time. So right now there's a little bit of an issue in that the front end, when you type in a bad password, it actually no, we could use this. It returns back to the login screen. So, but I know what we can do. We can have another state where called CAPTCHA requested, and then if it's true, we'll get the same thing we do when we're registering. It'll show up here, and we'll send it on the login. So that this won't be that much work. But here we're flipping from C++ that I've been doing all day to React. Yay! And we're in the player console specifically. My apologies for how badly designed my React is, but I'm a noob at this. You like typing in wrong passwords all the time. Favorite pastime, I see. Well, you will get to experience my reCAPTCHA then. So let's make the new state variable. So where do I add it? reCAPTCHA requested. So this we will have for login login status if we get an error. So that will be equal to let's make a variable. So let that equal to actually, isn't the correct way to do this to do a double not message, and then whatever the backend asked, whatever the backend used for the key of that value. Let me find that again. Oh, I'm starting to get a headache. Eye strain, probably. Give my eyes a rest. Wrong test. Here it is. Need reCAPTCHA. So not reCAPTCHA, right? So actually I can just put that in there. So when this is true, we will add in a CAPTCHA. For this logging, no. Where is it? The login screen. Where is that? Here it is. So I'm doing this backwards, aren't I? So we'll put it here. Let reCAPTCHA equals, and here it depends on this state dot need reCAPTCHA. If so, we're going to have a reCAPTCHA, otherwise it's null, right? And the reCAPTCHA I can kind of steal from here and put it here. On reCAPTCHA, we'll put it in there. So then we will take that and add it when we actually log in, which is here. Oh, it's a two-step process. We have to connect first when we're connected, and if we're logging in, here we go. So let's just always include it. There's no harm in having a stale one there. So I need to update the cluster. So the easiest way to do that would be to just restart. Restart fresh, which means I don't have an account anymore. need to create a new account. So register an account. And because of yesterday's work, I can no longer do this. Oh, hold on. I can't use Hunter 2. Watch what happens. Even if I pass the reCAPTCHA test, it will tell me that it's a weak password. So I need to actually have a strong password, which we determine correct battery horse stable is strong enough. So register. Okay, now I have an account. So I can log out, and I can type in a few bad passwords. And let's watch the network to make sure this is correct. It's not enough. Make this taller, maybe? Okay, so I'm going to log in with the bad password. Okay, I'm not watching the correct socket. Here we go. So a few more, and it should say you need a... that's not the right one either. Which one is it? I know, I'll just reload. Here. Oh, that's right. We need to get a new WebSocket each time, don't we? You see how it says need reCAPTCHA true? But it didn't update the state correctly. reCAPTCHA request is true, but I don't see it there, so... what did I do wrong? Did I not use that variable? Maybe I forgot to use that. Oh yeah, what did I misspell it or something? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. So now when I log in, the bad password, it'll say I need a reCAPTCHA. Ah, there we go. So now I should be able to put in the correct password. Actually, I should gray out the login until I click that, right? So if I don't put in a reCAPTCHA, it still accepted it. That's not right. Is that a bug? Find the WebSocket. Where is it? Localhost. It's one of these. Huh. It let me log in without a reCAPTCHA. It shouldn't have let me do that. Well, let's try it again. Oh, and that never got cleared. Oops. Okay, yeah, we should clear that on any kind of successful login. Okay, so we got a couple bugs. On login status sets that, so if we get logged in, we want to clear it. And also if we cancel, right? Or, let's see, the only other thing we can do is register. So on begin register, we should also cancel it. All right, let's try this again. Actually, I wonder if, let's see. Bad password. Some more bad passwords. Okay, so it actually asked for a... okay, it's not reCAPTCHA. It's correct battery horse staple. If I don't give it a... yeah, that shouldn't have worked. Let's log out, try a bad password again. Let's do the CAPTCHA check. Make sure it actually sends the correct thing. Problem is I don't know which one of these is which. I guess I can look at the times. Okay, it's this one. So we're sending it at least. The front end is correct. Okay, but the back end is still wrong. Wonder what it is. You know what that means? If there's a bug, that means my payment is to have, or my penalty is to make another unit test when I find out what the problem is. I need to repro the bug as a unit test. So, what is the bug? So we're logging in, we're registered. I wonder if the IntelliSense gets confused because I have a mixed language here. Is it confusing my React with my C++ maybe? I wonder how many other developers do that, and maybe no one else does it, and I'm one of the only people that would run into that. All right, so bad login count, but we didn't. We're not cooled down yet, or we are cooled down. So we'll go and we'll get that set up. We do need a CAPTCHA. It'll get it. It will send the query. But let's say we didn't get provided. It'll be an empty string, right? Oh, that's right. It works because the test key, right, I ran into this twice now. It's not a bug in the backend. It's that we're using a test key. So it turns out that if you, I'll show you guys this again. For the reCAPTCHA, reCAPTCHA. How come I'm not seeing all the, is it CAPTCHA? Is it case sensitive maybe? Okay, this search isn't so good. It would be in my archived. How do I show archived tags? Archived items, here we go. Oh, maybe it was this one. Yes. So in their frequently asked questions, they have a test key, right? This has tripped me up twice now. It says here, all verification requests will pass. They don't actually look at the value at all. It will always pass, so it's just passing even with empty string. So yeah, it should work if I use a real site key. Oh, look at that, sparkles. Not much I can do about it at this point. Of course, this goes away as soon as I try to play with the filter. Because the lighting it's getting dark. It's getting dark. Anyway, this is just because I'm using a test key. So this is working. I just want to gray out the button. Let's gray out the button if it's being requested. Same thing I was doing up here, I think. This thing. We'll disable it if a reCAPTCHA has been requested. Let's make it a variable. Enable login button. It'll default to true. Actually, let's also, can we do this? Or is it better to just do this? And just do the, I don't know what the best way to do this in JavaScript is. Because what I want to do is then say enable login button equals, and it's only if this.state.reCAPTCHA, not. A lot of Angular. Angular. Okay, so enable only if we actually have a CAPTCHA code. So that is going to be a disabled element there. Just like it's done here. Well, not... Actually, maybe I just turn this around, disable login. Only one not. And then this doesn't need to be inverted. Okay, let's try that. Okay, already we have a problem. Is that because that state is not reset? No, it's wrong. Okay, let me fix it. Oh, this is false. Right, because I inverted it. Okay, there we go. So bad password a few times. I should clear the error on the every time you hit the on login, shouldn't I? Okay, so now it's grayed out until I press that to encourage you to actually do the test. Okay, so I think I'm almost done. I wanted to if you log in and it has bad password, and when you log in again, I want the bad password thing to go away while it says logging in. Logging in. So that's not there, here. So whenever this logging in is set to true, I want to clear the error. Yeah, here we go. Do I have that? What's the default? Empty string. There we go. Just got back from 3 hours at the dentist. Wow. Took 3 hours. What'd you do to your teeth, Rally Monkey? They find lots of cavities? Did they just find one cavity or something? You're going to tell me that you needed stuff and it's going to make me feel like I should go. Deep cleaning of gums. Ugh. 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 No. Not like this. Okay. Well, you missed a lot of exciting password checking and stuff, so... Where is it? Here it is. So now... You do too many bad passwords and it'll ask you for a CAPTCHA. And then, just make sure I didn't break it. It should accept my real password, which is the best password in the world. Correct. Battery horse. Staple. Cool. Cool, I'm gonna check that in. And then we'll go on to the next thing. Which I don't think I'm gonna finish, but it's gonna be the WebSocket stuff. This is front-end changes. Player, console. Include CAPTCHA. Actually, the full name is reCAPTCHA on login if requested. Requested. Alright, so commit that. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't test the... Is the error cleared? I wasn't watching. The error should clear every time we hit the button. Yeah, it gets cleared. Good. Okay, that should have cleared it too. Let me fix that. On register should clear it as well. Not on register, but when you hit the register button, on begin register, this should also clear error. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. Okay. Did I push that already? Yes. Okay, so this is another commit. Console clear error when beginning registration. Alright, that card is finally done. There we go. Done. Yay. Safeguard against DOS attacks via WebSocket. Actually, I don't know if I'll get to all these today. I have like an hour left. We'll see how far we get, I guess. Drop connection if no identification within a certain time frame. All right. Where am I? Yeah, the stream started at 2 today only because it was a minimum day for my kids, and so I was on standby to do, I was on call sort of to do carpooling. So today only I'm from 2 to 6 Pacific instead of 10 to 2. All right, so what are we doing? Okay, so we're basically going to open a connection and let time pass and expect it gets closed automatically. So close public connection if not identified. If yeah, not identified. Before timeout. If it not identified quickly enough. All right, so we just mobilize, and the act will be, no, not even an act. We'll make a public connection. So this is some hacker who doesn't identify themselves. They just like open a connection and just hold it open. So they arrange. Oh, we need to set a timeout, don't we? So the new configuration item. What are we going to call it? Public connection ID timeout, and it'll be number of seconds. So how about 1 second? It just has to be at least as long as the worst round trip delay. How come this says that there's an error? I don't know. IntelliSense is struggling today. IntelliSense has no sense. Okay, hacker. So the arrange is that the mock, and I don't have IntelliSense, so I need to copy it. The mock timekeeper, where did I mess with that? Here we go. We're going to advance the time, and then here I do need to let the coordinator wait for at least one loop. And then the side effect is that connection should be dropped as long as it's beyond there. Actually, let's do this in 2 steps. We will, at this point, assert that it is false, that it's hung up on, which is this condition. And then the assert is after this happens, it'll be true. And there's where it will fail, I think. Oops, forgot to click it first. Yeah, so fails on that line. Well, I'm doing a plus equals. Oh, you're right. It should be 0. You are correct, sir, or ma'am. You are correct, bug found. Right, so we wanted to hang up on us after accumulated 1.1 seconds, but here it should not have hung up yet. Okay, time to add this thing. A lot of variables. 1.0. Sounds good to me. And then in the test as well. All right. And in the code, where are you, code? Here, code. I think it's in this class. It's in our worker thread, right, where we do processing of connections. So we process server connections. What we don't do is process client connections. So let's just do that, right? Let me think about this. What does process server connections do again? Starts making connections if we're not connected to it. Okay. Process closing web sockets. What does that do? Oh, I forgot I did this. We hold a WebSocket that's been, you guys can't see that very well. Oh, look at that. There's more sparklies. The time in seconds to hold onto WebSockets that have been closed gracefully before releasing, and they're held in order to ensure the close handshake reply is sent. So it's just a graceful thing. So, I guess we could do it anywhere here. So, new method. What do we want to call it? Close. Disconnect clients. Disconnect clients. Unidentified clients. Words. I struggle with words. How about disconnect timed out unidentified clients? Oh, look at all those problems. The language server is breaking right before my very eyes. Here we go. Disconnect any clients that have not identified themselves within the time allotted since they connect. No, that's not a right word. That's not a good way to say it. Have not identified themselves quickly enough. All right, here's where it goes. All right, so we're getting the mutex. Yay. Whoops. All right, so here we're going to loop through all the clients. Actually, we can use the iterator thing, the iterator protocol. So clients entry equals clients begin. Clients entry. Actually, it's better done this way. While it's not equal to the end. So if, and we'll figure out what the conditions are where it should be timed out, then clients entry equals clients erase clients entry. So this says, go to this collection, remove that entry, return back the next one, right? Otherwise, we'll just advance the iterator. And then the conditions. Let's get access to it. So const auto client equals client's entry is second. Client dot the language server is failing left and right. Okay, they're either not an admin, so okay, so it's if they're not admin and their username is blank. So if it's not admin and client username.empty and the amount of time that's passed is too long. So let's sample now. Timekeeper get current time. And I guess we might as well sample the, hold on. It's a good idea to sample the configuration at this point. How long is this worker polling period? 20 hertz. Ugh. It's getting really bad. The language server. I guess it's safe to keep reading our configuration, right? So let's just read it once though. So const auto timeout equals, well, actually I can just say double here and I don't need the cast. Cached configuration public connection ID timeout. If now minus client dot, we'll need to make a new counter or new value. So like connect time, no. Time when connected? No. Time at connection start. I'll go with that. If that is greater than or equal to the timeout, there we go. Then we remove them. So this I need to introduce here. Let us put it here. The time according to the, this is the time in seconds, according to the timekeeper for the server. When the client initially when the client connected to the server. Okay, so we just need to sample that and we're done. No, Siri, I did not ask you whatever you thought I asked you. Alright, where is that done? That's on WebSocket. It's not one of these. It's close to this, though. That's sparkles. That's low light sparkles, my friends. It's getting dark. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I wrote this code. It's when we get a connection. I don't remember exactly where that is. That maybe in the main program here? Could you back up the build folder, then clean? I guess I could. Well, but it might be using timestamps. I could try that out though. I can try that. I don't want to burden you guys with seeing that, so let me try that for next time. Unless it's really triggering you that IntelliSense is failing. I take it is triggering you, so let me try this. So back up that build folder. Build, reveal, and explore. So I'm going to back up just this folder. All right. And then clear it. So close that and blow everything away. Which means I got to stop the cluster, which is fine. And nothing's in that folder, so we're good to go, right? All right, and then reopen. I'm not going to build yet. I just want to configure, and then I'll paste that folder back in there. It's configuring CMake. And actually, I can get set to move it back, right? So we'll copy. I'll just have it copied, and then paste it back in here. As soon as it's done. Or do we just want to grab the one file? Actually, let's just grab the one file that we need. It's this file, right? put it here. Okay, let's see if this works. The objective is to build in 40 seconds rather than 400 seconds. We'll know soon enough. In the meantime, let me find where I was. I was looking in here for when we... Oh! What failed? Why did it think it needed to run it? Build it again. Actually, I think it's gonna run. It's gonna take about 5 minutes. And well, it should take 5 minutes for me to do the code. But there are two problems. I think it didn't. I could restore that as well, but it shouldn't have needed it in the first place, right? It shouldn't have thought it needed to rebuild that file. I think it's because the timestamp is old. I need to. I guess if I restore it and I touch the file, right, then it wouldn't have thought it needed to build it. I'll try that next time. I'll do it. Run the touch command on that, or just open it and change something and save it, and then it shouldn't actually build it again. In the meantime, while we're waiting for it to rebuild, I'm looking for where we receive connections. Oh, it's in the WebSocket here, right? Or in the WebGate. Here it is. On new incoming connection. Here it is. Client record. So here I need to record the time. Client dot. And it's nice that the IntelliSense works, though. That's a plus. So its time at connection start is shared timekeeper get current time. Oh well, what should we talk about for the next 5 minutes? Actually, let me do some upkeep here. So I'll go back to my log here. Wow, it's really bright. The contrast is like enormous this late at night. I shouldn't say this late at night. This late in the afternoon. So the next, we'll just assume that we have that working. The next thing to look into is 2 large frames. So let me, while it's still building, let's go peek and see what I actually already did. I might have already built that into this thing. A language server crash could be caused by that. It's possible. So I think one thing I could look into is telling it to ignore that file, right? There was that method we found to, or that you found to tell it to ignore. That was for folders, but I don't care about that entire folder. I could ignore that. That was in, is that here? I forget. Yes. So I could tell it to ignore zxzvbn-c. Because they said that the C++ language server stuff honors what you put in search exclude. So, yeah, the one thing I wanted to... I'm hoping that it doesn't do is because I have include path there. I'm hoping that the search path that exclude overrides this, and so it's not included. Actually, no, I don't want that. This is for a different reason, right? IntelliSense. Actually, it's still. I have no idea what it's going to do. I want it to find it when it builds it, but I don't want it to let the language server parse it. Yeah, I have no idea. Anyway, let me look at the WebSocket stuff. WebSocket. I wrote this a long time ago. Okay, I'm just looking to see if I have any limits off the top here. What is the maximum control? That's by the protocol requires that. I don't think I actually have a maximum frame length, which is a problem. This frame reassembly buffer is where it gets pulled in, right? Here, receive data. Yeah, we have absolutely no check for if this gets really friggin' huge. So here's where the check would go. Before we insert it into the buffer, we would see, does it blow our maximum size? And if so, we'll just disconnect them. So that would be a test for WebSocket, I think. Let's see, are we done building? Nope, not done building yet. Okay, so new test for WebSockets. What are we gonna call it? Close, auto close, or auto, let's say reset connection. Drop connection is even better. Drop connection if frame too large. All right. Arrange it. So let's pick from a test that receives a text message. Something simpler. Not fragmented. Aha, here we go. This one. So make a connection, open it. I think what we want to do is before we open it, we're going to want to call something to like configure some or set something. Does this already depend on JSON? No. I can make WebSocket depend on JSON and then allow the configuration to be just any old JSON object. Or just make a structure. Let's make a structure. So WebSockets, WebSocket configuration, max frame size. So we'll say it is 5. I'm not going to count the initial bytes. I'm just counting the contents. So this is 6. I wanted to trigger on that. So we'll make the default something large so that it doesn't break the other tests. This will be configure. So the idea is we will not need this delegate. We don't need any of that. That's the arrangement. Here's the act. Actually, I've been feeling these days that the thing we're going to send should be in the act. And the assert should be, we do break the connection. Right? So we need to define this configuration, the max frame size, and the configure method. Look at that, we're done building. 342 seconds. Let's comment that out and return to that test I hadn't run yet, right? Drop connection if it's not identified. Where were we? Here we were. It's called close. So it starts with a C. Here it is. Cool. It passes. It didn't pass before, right? Now it passes. Let's run everything from all the codes. Actually, while that's running, I'm just going to be optimistic that that passes, and I will check in that last bit of work. So now you have 1 second to identify yourself. Otherwise, you get disconnected. Cool. I like it. So, disconnect clients that do not identify themselves quickly. I should have double-checked that nothing failed, but nothing failed. All right, so that's back in. Let's define that structure. Here we go. This holds configurable variables that control the behavior of the WebSocket. The maximum allowed incoming frame size, beyond which receipt of data causes an immediate drop of the connection. All right, so that is a size T, and what did I call it? Max frame size, and let's default it to something reasonable. What would be reasonable? 100,000? Let's do it in kilobytes. 128 kilobytes? 64 kilobytes? I don't know. I have to be careful about this because right now I'm using large binary messages to upload packages. So I'll, both in the coordinator and the orchestrator, I'll have to lift that for I'll have to basically, once you've identified yourself as an admin, I need to lift the max frame size. Yeah, I need to remember to do that. So let me make a note for that. Where will I put that? I guess let's build it into here. Lift frame size maximum for admin connections. Admin and orchestrator connections. Do that up here. Just don't want to forget to do that. That's the default. And I need to configure. To put it anywhere. I can do it. It sort of belongs at the top though, doesn't it? Let's put it here. Can I just make it a copy and move it in? I don't want a reference. Set the configurable parameters of the WebSocket. The idea is you can call this in any time. Configuration. Oops, why did I do that? I don't know. Okay. Go there. Uh-oh. Go there. There we go. It is handling much better now that I reset stuff. So I think I will need to do that before every stream, right? Let it run. It takes about 5 minutes at least. 300, whatever 345 seconds is. Okay, we're just going to store it, I think. Hey there, everyone. Oh, I have VIP slots. And everyone knows that everyone should be a VIP. Thanks to Adam's host the other day, I got some kind of Twitch achievement that unlocked 10 VIP slots. So look at the little halo. That's because the light sucks where I am. Usually I stream when it's light out, and I don't need to worry about this. But now I'm streaming late at night because my schedule's off today. Yes, indeed, Adam E.J. How are you doing, everyone? EJ? You maybe want to get the Euro Truck Simulator the other day when I was watching you drive that. That looked like a fun game. I was this close to buying it, but then I got distracted. Alright, we're gonna store our configuration here. I'm doing okay. I have 2 out of 5 family members ill right now, so my schedule got shifted around because I was on call to do a carpool because people were sick. So it's always $5. That's a good strategy. Yeah, so I'm hoping everyone gets well soon and that I don't get sick. But otherwise, yeah, doing okay. Today I've been working on, like the stream title says, dealing with the bad guys. So I have some schemes in place now for... Actually, I didn't do the exponential backup. If you log in with the wrong password too many times, we count that. We cool it down so that if you try too quickly, you just get disconnected. And after a certain point, this was a cool idea. I can't remember who it was who suggested it. Oh, well, look, my camera's really screwed up. Anyway, you'll be challenged to do a reCAPTCHA if you have too many too many bad passwords. Okay, I need to dial back my chroma key. I think we'll just have to live with the little blue dots. So we did that and put some basic limits on how long you can make a username or an email address. And now I'm working on safeguards on the WebSocket side. So we're going to actually I already did that. We drop a WebSocket connection if you don't identify yourself within a certain time frame. And this needs to go here. I'm working on dropping a connection now if the frame gets too large. And then I have to then go back in and lift that maximum for internal connections. And then we're going to do a couple other things. And any ideas that other people have, I will be grateful for. And if not put on the list, I'll consider it. But I want to do what I can within a reasonable amount of time to mitigate being attacked by denial of service. That's what I am doing. This holds on to, let's actually steal the documentation here. It holds on to variables that control the behavior. Well, that's actually a lame description, isn't it? This holds on to variables which the user can change that modifies the behavior of the WebSocket. Do you have any rules preventing a certain amount of WebSocket frames? I think I do. Yeah, drop connection if received message frequency is too high. And then I was going to do, I already have this on my web server. I was going to have a temporary ban from source of the source IP. The time period is like, I don't know, 30 seconds, but then it doubles every time it cools down and they do something bad again. So we let them harass us a little bit, but then after a while, we just don't even allow the connection to stay open. But we lift it after, you know, it's cooled down, obviously. What else did I want to do? I want these I threw in this morning, I think, or last night. If someone just opens a connection and just opens millions of them, then I think we just want to stop blocking. We want to just not even accept connections from a given IP if there's so many of them, or if they're for the same player and there's just too many of them. Just too many of them. Do you have something like Redis to persist those servers in a cluster? Well, I'm using the Raft consensus algorithm, so, but that is not for load balancing. It's for, what is it? Getting late. It's for, where do I say what it's for? I forget. I say it here somewhere. Maybe I don't. Let me think about this. It's late. Actually, don't I say it in the command there? Fault tolerance, yes. I should read my own chat. So I already have a cluster of servers for fault tolerance, but each one is an individual web server. There's no load balancing, and there's no There's no front of this to ward off DOS right now. Am I syncing the cooldown status of these throttles over Raft? Yes. So all of the configuration for the cluster is put into a config JSON. So like the things we added today, bad logging cooldown, this is part of the configuration item that gets pushed across the cluster. Yep. Oh, hey there, Jesse. Shout out to Jesse Skinner. We almost rated each other the other day. And I haven't seen his stream for a while because we stream at the same time. But check out his stream when you have a chance. Oh, I forgot. I was going to do the shout out thing. There we go. Raft, all that Raft is doing is this. Literally, I'll show you what it does. You can imagine that, oh wait a minute, where is it? Oh, I don't have it, I built it, but I haven't, oh, what am I doing there? Hold on. I didn't restart it after I blew everything away. So once we start, and let me just seed it with some data by registering a new account here. Shoot. I have to use a real password. Because we have that bad password check. What was I using? Correct battery horse staple. There we go. With the CAPTCHA, sure. So there, we've seeded the cluster with some state, and I can show you now. So imagine these are all on different machines. Right now they're on the same machine, but they could be different. So what literally what Raft does is it lets you replicate a sequence of commands. So right now there's just 2 commands in the queue. It's that we established a new term in Raft, and then we have created a player called Ramu. So yeah, Raft makes sure every server will have a copy of this. So within that, if I were to change the configuration, which I can do with my admin tool, I can drag a new configuration in here. It will then append a new configuration item as a command, and among that will be the different settings. Raft itself doesn't care with the body of the command. It only cares about the term number and the entry number, so that what line number, and that's pretty much it. What about the actual states of a throttle? I was going to have that be server local. So each of these servers has its own temporary blacklist, so to speak, and our IP ban, because I don't want to have the log be burdened by stuff like what we're having to do to mitigate DOS, because that's another form of DOS, right? They could just constantly attack us, and if we're appending a command every time we get attacked, then it's attacking our journal. So I think I want to limit it so that each of these web front ends, so to speak, these web portals into the server, each separately deal with all of the throttling and banning, all of that, and it doesn't reach the cluster state. The only thing the only thing I absolutely need in the cluster state is the state of the game and the Raft information. It doesn't need to have the DOS mitigation. So leveraging Redis would be a good alternative. Yeah, so Raft doesn't preclude me using something. I could put something like Redis in front of all these servers, right? So that I'm going to do what I should have been doing before. Put that as in a note to look in later. I'll certainly look that up. I don't have any experience in Redis, so. Yeah, so if I could offload it so that my servers don't even have to deal with it at all, that'd be great. But for today, we're just doing simple things as I can. Spending collectively about 12 hours, and that's about enough, right? Any more than that, and sure, Redis will probably be what we move to. This blue stuff. Bad light. You'll have to excuse my bad light. Okay, so this test was not run yet. Let's run it. Okay, that should not have passed. Oh, did I not build? I didn't build since I changed that, did I? That's the problem. So there's the new test. Oh, what didn't build? it was going to change the orchestrator. I need to stop the orchestrator. That's the one program that is run from where it's built. And I don't need to blow everything away. I can just reserve. All right. Actually, you know what I should do is stage and then serve. All right, so this test will fail because it's new. Failing as expected. So it is not obeying. It's not using that. So let's go make the code do it. So where's the one place, the one choke point where we can do this? Probably in receive data, right? Yeah, in this frame reassembly buffer. I think I'll just cap it right there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do two things. Oh, hold on. No, take it back. I'm going to include the header too. So that means for this to fail right on an edge case, it's going to be 7. Because this is a total of 8. So we'll say if the frame reassembly buffer size plus the data size is greater than configuration.max size, we will hang up on them. How do I hang up on them? There's a way to do this, and I forgot what it was. I guess it's whatever when yeah, here we go. Do we even fail? Right, this is what I want. I want failed, I want close with a true. Yeah, I want this kind of thing. And we basically tell the client something, so we'll say frame too large. So actually I can include that in the test here. We should get a close callback. Yes, we'll set one up. We'll set that up. Oops. That is part of the arrange right here. Oops. Here we go. Redis makes a lovely pub sub with push. It's late. I apologize. All right, so now that that's set up, I can actually expect a couple things, right? So assert, these we can soften these. Expect true that close was received. Expect equal 1002 for the code received. Expect equal whatever I wrote here, frame too large, for the reason received. There we go. All right, see ya playing with scissors. Have a good evening. Oh, you know what? The orchestrator uses WebSockets, so every time I build this, it's gonna... I'll just leave it closed. There we go. Let me run everything to make sure I didn't break anything. Come on, run the things. Oh, I guess it runs quickly. I'm not used to unit tests running so quickly. If I wanted to run them manually, I would do this. WebSockets test, WebSocket tests. Yeah, wow, it only takes 114 milliseconds. The the realm server tests are enormous, though. And yeah, this is what I need to split into different tests, because these could be parallelized and save me a lot of time. Look at all the tests I run. 268 tests, and it takes 12 seconds to run. We need to break that up and speed up those tests. Anyway, that is done. So that's done. Okay, I need to remember to do that. So let's check in this. Oh, no. We're in a subdirectory, WebSockets. Here we go. So we can configure, and we close if the frame gets too large. Good. So drop connection if recede frame is too large. Alright, so the I want to lift the maximum. Let us do the well, let me think about it. It's the big messages that come from the deployment tool. Right, so they're how am I gonna test this? I don't know. I'm going to have a test that sends a very large frame that's bigger than the default, which is 128 kilobytes. I guess what we want to do is configure that always, and then we can have a test where we configure it low, and then try sending an admin message that's larger, and it should make it through. Yeah, let's do that. So, okay. The monster. Going back to the monster here. So, this will be configure WebSocket max frame size. So, well, yeah. So we'll basically just, okay, there's two parts to this. We'll have two connections, one from a normal client and one from an admin. The admin should not have the limit and the client should. So I want this. I want to make a constant here, so WebSocket max frame size. So we'll make it artificially low, like 10. Hold on. I think it needs to be slightly larger. How about 100? And mobilize a server. Okay, we're going to have a client and an admin. Player and an admin. Oh, that's a bug. That should say act. Alright, and then we don't do this. I want this to be equal to 1 when we're done, because I'm going to have the player get disconnected, but the admin not. Alright, and the admin has to authenticate. How did I by default disable the key authentication? Is that what I did? Oh yeah, look at that. Disable authentication. Okay, so that's to keep these tests simple. If authentication is disabled, this is the only thing you need to send to identify yourself as an admin. Right, so admin will identify themselves as an admin and a player won't. So the act will be, we have each one try to send a message that's more than 100 characters long. It doesn't need to mean anything, so we'll just say, actually, does it? Maybe it does. Let me check something. What does the coordinator do if it receives a message that it doesn't understand? I think it's supposed to ignore it. Yeah, it just says received unrecognized message, so we're safe. We can just make this something like foobar. Actually, why am I doing it? I'll just write it once and copy it. So payload. I'll make something that's obviously more than 100 characters. I want the overload that takes a character and a size. Count and character. I always get it backwards, so I have to look it up. So 101 X's. That should do it. Let's actually pull that out. Test message equals that. Send the test message through both. I just noticed that it's admin on both, which is wrong. Player. Okay. There's our test. It will fail because it will have 2 instead of 1. Where is it? Here it is. 2 instead of 1. All right. So to do the real code, I need to add this in the configuration in both places. In the test here, we'll add a default, which will set reasonably high. 1024 by 128. And I can't do that little multiplication trick in JSON, can I? So I really do have to make a calculation. There we go. We'll leave it that there and put it for real here. This. All right, so I was just editing this code too. The place where we receive a new connection was somewhere around here. Here it is. So new incoming connection. Is this too early? This might be a little too early. Like, what if they jam us with like a megabyte right away before we even get to this point? Let me check something. WebGate. Okay, what does WebGate do? Oh, it should be moved here. It should be here, not right, because we want to configure it before we even like allow it to be connected. Because the WebSockets are all set up here somewhere. Where is it here? What does this do? Actually, we want to configure it way back here is what we want. I think. Let me think about this. No, this is before the connection's upgraded. Finish open. Oh, we should check this trailer though, shouldn't we? Oh no, the way I designed it is if you were to spit data through the WebSocket uh before the server asks you anything. Yeah, before you get the reply back from the server, then it's just gonna toss it. Okay, so it'll connect. Let me think about this. It's what this does. Open. Right, it sets up some delegates. The moment we set those, we have to be prepared to receive the data. So we should be configured before this point. Which means I want to configure it at this point. Alright, so I need to build it into this thing somehow. And that's when we're making an outgoing connection. What if we're receiving an incoming one? That's in this try bind, I think. Try bind. Right, here we go. So we make one. Okay, here we can configure it before we open. Okay, so a couple changes. I wonder if I can tilt that so I can tilt that a little bit and improve it a little bit by tilting it. Not that much. All right, so I'm going to change things around. So it's not going to be there. It is going to be moved into the HTTP? No, wait a minute. Hold on. Maybe I do want it there. Let me think about this. How does the WebGate get configured? Public port, private port. Oh, it gets bits and pieces. So, okay, yeah. Where is it configured? Oh, here it is. So we don't want it in there. It needs to be separate somehow. So the WebGate itself doesn't have any configuration other than what it passes along to the web server. So I need to divide this into two pieces. There's the part that it passes along to the web server, and there's the part it keeps for itself. All right, we can do that. So in addition to HTTP, we'll say WebGate. Put that one in there. Actually, maybe this should go inside of there. Like this. That make more sense? So I'll want to take, I'll change the tests as well. WebGate, and then indent all this stuff, and then that is closed off like that. Okay, I need to make sure I make that change everywhere I have that string. No, these are all fine. That's irrelevant. 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 This is different. Oh, no, this is, where is this? Orchestrator. Right, so this is different. So this will be another level, WebGate. There. Okay, here. Okay, so. Why is, these are kept separate. Hold on, I don't understand what, that doesn't match up what I was reading back here. I already lost it. Webgate.cpp. Where is this set? Oh, hold on. It does have a... Okay, So it already is separated. So what we'll end up doing is we're taking these two and putting them into here. All right, so that'll work. Okay. So I have to take this out a little bit. So hold on. We'll build it up. Auto WebGate configuration equals. We start with WebGate, and then we add those two. So public port equals this, and private port. And then we can just pass that in directly. All right, where else? Cool. And this is where, okay, this needs to change. We have another key added here, right? This is the one. Why do I have it in two places? Oh, this is the common setup. Okay, yeah, we needed that. We need that here. Cool. All right. Good. So this is now moved down one level. All right, and then the WebGate gets that out of its own configuration now. So we'll do one. There's two places we need to modify. So WebGate itself. When hold on, where is it? Right here, when it makes a WebSocket, before it opens the server, it's got to set up the configuration here. So WebSockets, WebSocket configuration. Max frame size, and it's got to look in its own configuration for this value. Let me make sure that I'm understanding this right. Yeah, what was tripping me up before is this isn't the entire configuration. This is just the HTTP part of it. Oh, which means this is wrong. Okay, so I need to fix this. This try bind needs to get the entire configuration now. Actually, it's here. Oh, right. But this second level, so this where's right, instead of HTTP configuration, it's just new configuration. So we're going to remove that and pass in the entire configuration. Got it. Okay. So that this will have to enumerate into the HTTP. This one. So this configuration, HTTP. Let's just break it out. So const auto HTTP configuration, HTTP. Oh, I'm past 6 o'clock. I gotta call it soon. Dinner's gonna be ready soon. Quick, let's get this done. All right, but then this part I can pull out of the configuration. This needs, hold on, what is this not like? It doesn't like that. Cannot be implicitly, oh, we need to capture it. Well, hold on, we can pull this out, right? Yeah, let's pull this out. WebSocket configuration. So I just need to configure it. There we go. Hey, 85 filter. I should be done with my stream soon. I'm overtime. I'm going to get in trouble if I don't finish my stream soon, but I am doing denial of service mitigation, and I'm not going to finish, but I worked on preventing sequences of bad login attempts, sort of limiting things, and now I'm working on like dropping connections when bad things are trying to are tried on my WebSocket front end. But I'm going to have to wrap up soon, and I'll have to finish the rest of this tomorrow. I think what I'll do tomorrow is I'll finish this and do refactoring. So I'm just trying to, right now, to configure the WebSocket so that there's a limit set. There's one other place I need this, which is, hold on, this is exactly what I want. I'll just do a rough thing for now. I should make a function to do that, but when we are asked to make a new connection here, I need to give it to this guy, so I need to be able to pass him another parameter. Let's just make, I know, I'll do it the easy way. I'll make it a new default. So we don't need it there, or there, or there, or there, or there, or there, or there. Here. So it'll be a new default. So web, configuration. What namespace are we in? Oh, we're not in the right namespace. So it's WebSocket configuration. And then we'll just make a default. If you didn't provide one, it'll just use a default. Which means I probably want to make the default a reasonable number. Which it is. Okay, we're good. So there's a default. And here it goes. So this configuration, we want to pass it in to the next level as well. Actually, I guess I can put it in that shared context, right? No, let's put it here. So that goes into this one. And let's document it. This contains variables that are used to customize behavior of the WebSocket. Hey there, the king, at 98,000. That's much more than 9,000. That's way over 9,000. Hello. And I forgot to wave to 85 filter too. There we go. Okay. Oh, this needs to be inside that scope because I'm going to use this variable, right? When we are, when we make the WebSocket, we will configure it now. Actually, I should make this more specific, shouldn't I? So click, 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 and we'll say WebSocket configuration. All right, hopefully I got all the places, and this will work. Then I can call it for the day. Oh, nope, missed some things. Configuration undeclared identifier in WebGate 330. Oh yeah. Wait a minute, that's impl, that's why. There we go. Can you create a video game without programming? I've heard that you can do a decent job with video with a Game Maker Pro. Is that what it's called? Game Maker Pro? It doesn't like that. Doesn't like this. What did I do wrong? Configuration not found. I called something else? Yeah, I've never... I don't have much experience, but I've heard Game Maker. You can... some pixel artists I watch on Twitch make games, and they're not really programmers, but you can make a game without it programming if you use one of those engines, I've heard. But I don't really know much else. I thought I put that away somewhere. Maybe I didn't. Let's see. Maybe I didn't. Well, we need to store it then. No, there it is. But it's JSON. Hold on. I have more errors. What did I do wrong here? Oh, that's backwards. There we go. No, it still doesn't like it. So, it probably has something to do with this one. The fourth argument needs to be that. Oh, I didn't add it at all? I thought I did. Where did I put it then? Eh? Where did it go? There it went. Make connection synchronous has O, but the other one didn't? Okay, we'll add it to the other place as well. No, that is it. Oh, it's last. Okay. I know what I did wrong. This needs to be last. Ugh. Stop popping up, whatever you are. You want to be a programmer, is skill becoming useless because of non-coding software like GameMaker and Wix? Oh no, certainly most game engines and most developers who make games have to be programmers. The bar is a little bit lower. There's a lot of tools out there to make games, but I think it still is really important to be a programmer to make games. For example, all the stuff I'm doing, it's all programming, so. But yeah, it's just the bar is a little bit lower. I think the greatest games still need a lot of programming, though. Okay, everything built. This is good. Let's try this. Still broken, because why? Let me think about this. It did not get the configuration through somehow. That should have set it pretty low, but let's double check. When we're connecting, so it should arrive, the connection should arrive in this class right here. Oh, wait a minute. Let me think about this. Yeah, it's in the WebGate, yes. Inside of here, yes. So right here. Let's put a breakpoint there and run that test again. It never got that far. That's weird. Didn't expect that to happen. Are there a lot of jobs in programming? Oh, sure, definitely. What's the difference between a programmer or a software engineer or developer? I would say they're all words for the same thing. Sorry about the glow effect. That's because the light is really bad right now. They're just different labels for the same profession, I think. Although sometimes people will say an engineer is a bit more than a programmer. It would entail like design, maybe a little bit of knowledge of hardware. But I would consider programmer and developer is pretty much the same thing. And there are lots and lots of jobs out there. Plenty of jobs. Lots of different languages, lots of different fields. This mobilized server, it should have mobilized it and passed our configuration. So what's going on? Why did it... Actually, why did it not get this far? Hold on, what does this actually do? Oh, we mock it. Oh, okay. We mock it. That means that it has to configure the WebSocket itself. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I did wrong. It has its own configuration for WebSockets, so we have to do the same thing there. Yes, here it is. So where do we create the socket? This one, right here. So before we open it, it's which end? The server end, correct? Okay, CA85 filter. Last question, what languages do I know? I know a bunch. C++ I'm most comfortable with. And recently I've been using Python and JavaScript with the React framework, but I still sort of feel like a novice there. And there's a bunch of languages that I've used in the past, but haven't recently. One of them I want to use in what I'm doing now is Lua. Lua is a great language for scripting and embedding in other programs. And you can write add-ons for a lot of games in Lua. You can even write games in Lua using the Love2D engine. C# and Java I also know, but I haven't used them in a bit. But I could read other people's code pretty well. Once you learn a few languages, then it's not too hard to pick up others. Sound engineer sounds more sophisticated? It does indeed, doesn't it? Okay, I'm just trying to remember which end of the socket is which here. I don't remember. I think it is it is client that we care about though, right? Oh no, make connection, it's the server, right? Server end needs to be throttled. So where is that created? Is that in the constructor for this? Oh yeah, look at that. All right, so actually we can throttle both. Configure. So that means this is irrelevant. Instead I need to tell the mock, well, now the WebGate will be told. That's right. It'll be told its configuration, so we can pick it up. WebSockets, WebSocket configuration. That dot next there we can pick it up from the configuration. Right. This configuration. So that is configuration the same way that the real WebGate gets it. This way. There we go. And then configure. All right. So I want to do this in two places, don't I? That's one, and the other one is when we are pretending to give it a connection. No, when it's asked to make a connection. No, that is this one. Where do we receive a connection though? Oh, it's this delegate, isn't it? Yeah. So it's this add connection that does it. Here we go. So this has to do it too. This one, it's going to be one level away. It's going to be WebGate and then that. There we go. Actually, that's not going to work. I need to call a get. And then that. And this is wrong. I think on this end it is client. Cannot build Y. I don't know why. Build again. There we go. Sometimes that happens. Oh, what happened to my test? I don't know. Is web development or programming oversaturated with these boot camps? I don't know much about boot camps other than it just seems to me like they promise a bit much. They promise that if you take the boot camp, you'll suddenly have everything you need to know to get a great job. I mean, are there boot camps for becoming a surgeon or, a lawyer? No. So, I don't know. I guess I'm a little pessimistic about the idea that a boot camp adds a whole lot of value. I think it probably gets you off to a good start, but I think there's still a lot you need to know to be a good programmer. Thanks for the follow. Okay, this is still failing. I don't know if I'll get this done before I run out of time. I've already technically run out of time. I do want to make sure. Let's check. Okay, let's make sure that this is the correct value for that test. So what is the value? 100. Great. We're giving the server end. Oh, it's the wrong end. I did the total wrong end. It should be server. And the other one should be client. Actually, let's just make it unambiguous. We'll limit both ends to the same limit. And the other place. Here. So both ends will be limited in the size of the messages they can receive. I didn't mean to debug, I just wanted to run. Oh, it is crashing. Whoa. How is it crashing? It got closed twice. How did it get closed twice? Broken, sure. Did we call quote closed twice by accident, maybe? Where would I catch that? Not here. How do you get started learning? Good question. I've been meaning to make like an intro video for that. I don't have any right now. Codecademy is pretty good. I've seen some people pick up coding that way. Usually people will ask me what language should I learn first, and I would answer Python or JavaScript because there's a lot of tutorials out there that will teach you the really, really basic stuff with those languages, and it's actually pretty pleasant. Oh, I'm being rated by Codephobia. Hey there, Codephobia. How was your stream? Yeah, I had to fix that thing with Stream Elements. It does both the raid and the hosting. Hope your stream went well. I'm actually nearing the end. I'm going to have to pass along the raid to someone else soon because I'm out of time. It's almost dinner time. I will get in trouble if I don't end my stream soon. I think what I'll do is I'll stop working and I'll resume this tomorrow, and I'll just go over what my stream is about so that you guys who are coming in from the raid will know if this is something you want to see next time. So what I'm doing is I'm working on my first game. It's not yet playable, but it's going to be a multiplayer game. I have some experience writing server-side stuff, so the back-end stuff is pretty fun for me, and I'm building that up gradually. So in probably a couple of weeks, I'll have a baseline where I'm going to actually start putting game stuff in there. And it's going to be a pretty simple graphical interface to it because I'm not a great artist. So think retro 2D pixel art, something like the old Ultima games that I enjoyed when I was growing up. But multiplayer with a lot of different things you can do in the game. Okay, that was a spurious raid announcement. Anyway, the overall architecture of the game, there are going to be copies of each server. will have each server will have a copy of the game. So this is called a cluster, and that's for fault tolerance. You'll be running the game from your browser, which will be running JavaScript. It'll be connecting into the game servers over WebSockets, and the servers connect to each other to replicate the state, so that if any one server crashes or I want to upgrade the version of it, the game is not disrupted. So I'm working on setting up this backend stuff. There are lots of different systems I'll be covering. I've covered a lot of these already. Clustering to replicate the state like I just described. There's persistence, writing commands that change the state of the game as a sequence in a journal. There's versioning of code. There's authentication and DOS mitigation, which I'm working on today. And then as my stream continues on into February and March and beyond, I'll be working on stuff like load balancing and validating requests from clients, and then a lot of the front end work like rendering the graphics, managing game state. I may be using the entity component system for game state, and then all the systems within the game I'll have to get to. So it's gonna be a fun experience. I hope you guys will join me with that. So I keep a journal every day. So there's a link to it. All this stuff is public. And before tomorrow, I'll have 115's plan up so you can see what I'll be working on. But it'll probably be the stuff I didn't get to. And then I really need to do some refactoring. My coordinator component is really huge and needs to be refactored. So you can either look at my plan or you can look at my Trello to see what I'll be working on. If it sounds interesting, then please come by and check it out. So if you guys have any questions now, let me know. But I really do need to end the stream because I'm over time. And I'm really not supposed to be streaming now at all. My schedule is 10 to 2 Pacific time. Right now it's almost 6:30. It's 6:36 Pacific time. I had a weird schedule today because of school schedule being weird today. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And before I go, let me show you what I have in the game so far. It's not much. It's really just setting up the backend infrastructure. So, it's as good of the console as any. I can tell the orchestrator, which is like the instigator of the whole thing, to start, and it launches 3 servers. They connect to each other, and they elect one of their number as a leader. And here I'll demonstrate some of the fault tolerance. If I go and actually kill one of these servers, let's kill a follower first. So let's kill 11, which is process ID 12900. Here he is. Kill him. So what happens is the orchestrator figures out that the process died, and it records what version it was running. If it was running a version that wasn't the default, it would then mark that default version as suspect because it crashed. It then reinstalls the code for that server. Here's where it might auto downgrade to a previous version if we had one. And then it relaunches it and it rejoins the cluster. So now what happens if I kill the leader of the cluster, things get a little bit more interesting. So I pick that guy and kill him. So a couple extra things happen here. In addition to detection of it dying and it starting back up, in the meantime, servers 11 and 12 time out because they don't receive anything from 10 because it crashed, and they will raise a new election, and so server 11 now takes over for the cluster. So basically those 2 servers that remain running, they carry on the state of the game. They still accept client requests, and they keep the game basically from crashing if any one game server crashes. As long as a majority of servers are running, you can play the game. Any one server dies, it's quickly restarted, and the clients really won't see anything strange other than maybe a slight lag if you happen to be connected to the server that crashed. But it should quickly pick up by connecting to another server, and it won't have lost any state. So we have that running, and I have a little bit of the front end. It's not pretty yet. Here's the admin console. Both of them are not pretty. There's the admin console, and here's the actual game player. Really, I've just been focused on the login screens, the registration screens, just to have the security baseline, like have it so you can create an account and log in. Then I'm going to push this up onto Amazon Web Services and let people create accounts and then see as I actually put a game there. So excuse the mess. It's kind of like it's a construction area, but Right now you can set up the configuration. I can load a new configuration for the cluster. I can remove servers and add new ones. So let's say I wanted to add another server. I would just give it a new port number. Tell the cluster to add it. The leader of the cluster tells the orchestrator, hey, there's a new server. Orchestrator launches 13. The other servers negotiate adding in 13 into their midst, and we're good to go. We have 4 servers now. And then I could say, hey, I didn't really like 13. He wasn't a very good guy. Let's remove him from the cluster. And it gracefully removes that. Every time we do that, it's actually changing a bunch of things in the game state. And I can actually go look at that now and show you. Here, every time a new leader is elected, we get a new command that starts a new term, like election term. Each one of these is a sequence of handshakes to change the configuration. So you have a start reconfiguration, then a joint config, single config, and then finish reconfiguration. And this 4-step process, really, it's these 2 steps in the front here, which I just messed up there. These inner 2 steps are mandated by the consensus algorithm I use called Raft. And that's to change the shape of the cluster. See here, we're going from 10, 11, 12 to 10, 11, 12, 13. And the algorithm talks about you have to do it in 2 steps. I added a step before and a step after. The step after is just to record the fact that it's done. And the step before is we're attaching our own stuff to the configuration that is not, it's independent of Raft. So every time when I added the 13, it caused these 4 commands to be added. And then when I removed it, these 4. And because of the consensus algorithm and the way it replicates state, every server here will end up with a copy of the game state. So when I actually have a game working, this will be constantly scrolling because every time someone moves in the game or an NPC takes an action or an item drops or someone gets damaged, whatever happens in the game will be reflected as a command. It's all sequenced and replicated exactly precisely on every server. It'll be pretty cool. So I hope you'll join me when I actually have a game. In the next couple of weeks, I hope to start. It's not going to be much for a while, but I hope to evolve over time with feedback from you guys. So I don't see any questions. Maybe this is way over your head, which is fine. Or maybe you don't care, which is fine too. I don't mind. I'm going to wrap it up for the day. But in the future, again, you can see what I'm about to do by looking at my notebook or my Trello, and hope you'll join me again sometime. Probably tomorrow I'm going to work on more denial of service mitigation. So we're making it not impossible, but we're discouraging attackers from hitting the game too quickly or with too much data by doing some dropping if we get connections that aren't identified, frames are too large, if too many messages too quickly, and we're going to put in some scheme to have a temporary blacklisting of IP addresses if we have troublemakers, right? And then lifting that ban after a certain amount of time. These is what things I'll be working on tomorrow. And I'll also need to be doing some refactoring, because like I realized today, for the nth time, I have files that are way too big. When you're developing code, you literally want to break up your code into files that are really no bigger than, say, 1,000 lines. So when I get to 6,800, it's a sign that, yeah, I need to break this file up. I need to refactor it. Refactoring means just cleaning up. So I might break this file into 6 different files by like different categories. This is a test file, so I might group my tests by what thing in the coordinator of the testing, and then I'll have 6 different areas. I could also refactor by taking some of the common setup here that you see lines that are the same in every test. Those are candidates for putting into helper functions that each test calls with a single line to do several lines that are common. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. So anyway, I'm going to find someone that we can raid again. So this is kind of like bar hopping, right? If you don't like one streamer, you'll see the next streamer. Maybe you like him better. I'm just going to off stream, look at who I'm following and see who's going, and we can raid them. Oh, I talked about Lua earlier. There's someone actually making a game in Lua. You may or may not have heard of him. His name is Leland. We're going to be raiding him. Oh, it looks like he stepped away. How about we'll wait a minute until he comes back to his chair, and then we'll raid him. In the meantime, I'll describe what Leland is doing. He's using the Love 2D engine to make an action RPG, and it's pretty cool. It's a space-oriented dungeon crawler roguelike game. And hopefully he gets back to his desk soon. If not, I'll just raid him, and then we'll make fun of the fact that we raided him while he was gone. He usually just steps out for a minute at a time. Oh. I don't see him coming back. But I'm going to raid him anyway. And then I'll wait for him, and then I'll give him heck for not being there. Thanks for the follow, Kaizen Man. Hope you enjoy Leland. I'm sure he will be back soon. And we can ask him how his game is going. In the meantime, I will hope you have a good day and good evening, good morning, wherever you are, and see you next time. Bye.